All right, welcome to day 2 of the NFL Draft. I am Matt Stopsky. I'm filling in for Lindsey Rhodes and Mike Mayock. Not a great trade, but I'm here.
I think it's a good trade. You did all the hard work.
I did some of the hard work.
You've been here for a week, dude. Give yourself some flowers, man. We just showed up and then they took their golden chariots back and now we're grinding on the second round.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But yeah, we are here for the sports show. Day 2 of the NFL Draft. Sam, day 1, game went. How do you feel about the first day?
I think it went kind of how we expected to go. I felt like last year it was similar. And I guess that shows. I saw a graph today, a lovely graph, and I'm not sure if it was from Grinding Mocks or who it was from, but it was that other than like 2 picks, most of the picks are pretty tight to the consensus big board at this point. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if teams, as analytics departments grow and as technology grows and the ability to access data, are just starting to believe in the wisdom of the crowds a little bit more, plus or minus, your general thoughts. So I'm wondering if it's less of, our scouts are going to go out and do their work and then we're just going to take who we think's best, and more of let the consensus define, number one, our draft simulations. Mm-hmm. And where we can get guys. And number 2 are baselines of what everyone else thinks about this. And if we wildly disagree, let's dive into it and let's attack it. But if we wildly disagree with it, that's probably going to come today. So I actually, to a certain degree, love day 2 and day 3 because that is where teams are attacking the edges that they have. Because everyone covers the top 100 picks and a ton of people cover the top 32 picks. There's a lot of thoughts on the top 32 picks, but all things considered, they're all pretty close. It starts to diverge in round 2 and round 3, and that's why the best teams, the Seattle Seahawks, the Los Angeles Rams, New England Patriots, nail their 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round picks.
Yeah, no, I'll say the thing I thought from day 1 was, and I was going through the mock draft I put out, the position rankings were right. Like the players that came off the board pretty much in the order. I more outside of Blake Miller and Monroe Freeland. I thought that was definitely a surprise. The only other ones, Caleb Banks, DT1 was definitely interesting. And then the corners, Mike and I kind of mentioned early in the day, I'm like, hey, there's some injury concerns. This might switch up and Chris Johnson becomes cornerback.
Yep.
I don't think.
The crazy thing, and it's the same thing with Keelan Rutledge to a certain degree, is like if you were really paying attention as we do and as we talked about on the show and as we've talked about on other shows, whether that was at the Senior Bowl or otherwise, like
I hope so. Like, I hope we're getting to the point where we're more efficient. That's like the whole point is like, we're trying to be more efficient here. So I think we are getting to that point. So we have every year I'm meeting you guys at the Big Data Bowl in Indianapolis. Mm-hmm. And there are like these VPs of analytics for different teams. And we have a bunch of Sumer alumni, Sean Clement and Eric Eager, they're around, another Sumer employee. So there's a lot of smart people in those rooms. I hope we're getting to the point where we are doing being more efficient.
Well, my favorite part too, and I think Mike Mayock is an excellent example of this, is we don't want to steamroll. Like the data scientists don't want to steamroll everyone because there's stuff we're going to miss. There's data that changes. I'm a big believer that there's a new position arising in football. It's not just the deep safety and the box safety anymore. There's a new safety that is a premium position that we're going to see more and more of because defenses are evolving. And I'm kind of becoming a believer thinking about Caleb Downs and noticing how much Kyle Hamilton got paid and noticing what people are projecting Derwin James to make, that there's a real chance that whatever that safety position is, once there's 20 and 30 and 40 guys in the league that could potentially play that slot cornerback position. Of snaps at deep safety last year, and that really puts in perspective, like it really is a different position, and so that's not going to come up in the historicals. The only way that we can start researching that is by guys like Mike Mayock calling me derogatorily a data scientist and saying, no, the game is changing, or no, this is what you actually got to do. So I have my Mayock notes that I've collected over the draft season, and I'm really excited in June and July when people start going on vacation and do some research on it. And so I think the blending of that last night, I got a ton of great text, and kudos to you and Lindsay for working so hard on producing the show, pre-show, saying like, number one, that was a different perspective. Number two, Mayock's done it on the screens that we're looking at.
I know.
And so he is providing top-level analysis that you can see on there, but through a different lens. And I think that's where analysis is going to go, and I think that's why we're seeing what we're seeing from the draft to a certain degree.
So we are about 3 minutes away from the draft here. Hopefully the audio is better. I was getting some notes that my audio was cutting out. I know you guys tune in to listen to me.
I do.
Not Sam Bruchhaus. So hopefully the audio is a little better there. But no, I can't hear it, unfortunately. But we're 3 minutes away. San Fran is on the clock right now. They didn't pick yesterday. Where do you think they are?
I think this has to be an offensive line selection, right?
You think so?
I think so. And
I think it might be.
It could be defensive back. That's a good point. I do wonder, however, I mean, that's probably their biggest position of need. I think we found, though, that the general malaise that we kind of felt about Terrell, Hood, McCoy, and look, I think Hood's probably the cleanest prospect profile when it comes down to it, but he's the cleanest prospect profile because it's not the best prospect profile from a certain degree. And so I think the general malaise of that is warranted. And so I do wonder, the 49ers defense, notably Robert Salah, goes to Tennessee, but they have Upton Stout, who they took in, I wouldn't say around this range, but on day 2 last year. Upton Stout's 5'9". Could this be a D'Angelo Pons, quote, reach, you think, potentially?
D'Angelo Pons, maybe, maybe McNeil Warren? I could see him
I could see McNeil Warren.
Slot safety type player. I'm looking at the Niners right now. Like, they have a good back there, off of Brown and stuff. McNeil Warren was going to go.
Yeah.
And he did not. And I could see that.
And to a lesser degree, when Hufanga went out 2 years ago, I really liked Mustafa's play. He didn't go to the next level, which I was a little disappointed in because I really liked his kind of bull in a china cabinet style of playing safety. And they utilized him a little bit differently as well. And on the broadcast, I recall Chris Collinsworth being like, this guy reminds me of Budda Baker. He never reached that this year. I do wonder if they will look for the Hufanga style player. And McNeil Warren was a playmaker at Toledo. McNeil Warren has some of the best analytics in this class. And so that definitely could be a direction that they go. It's interesting with the 49ers just generally because they are a franchise that typically does stuff that is not on consensus. They just kind of pick players wherever they think they are. They're a strong board team. And it's worked out for them and it's not worked out for them. Ricky Pearsall was at the time, a 40-pick jump 2 years ago. And ends up Stan's injury, and one of those injuries was getting shot outside of a Gucci store, if I'm not mistaken. Like, he's been very good. And so the injuries this year, obviously, a question mark. But for the most part, he's lived up to the kind of first-round billing and been a good target share guy, been a good yards per round guy. And so what do they know that we don't know? It's tough to say. But I could potentially see – the board is wide at the select. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I agree. Also there's receiver there, Austin still being there, and Colton Hodge or Bob McCoy, like, and then there's a bunch of linemen too. Shout out to Gucci. What up, DJ? Good to know that he's getting home safe on his. You know how long it takes DJ to get here? It's like 12 hours.
What is Stopsky? We love the draft at SūmerSports.
I know. But I feel bad every time DJ comes to the East Coast. He's like, it took me 4 hours.
For everyone's knowledge, DJ is our creative on staff. He does an excellent job. Big portion of the graphics you're seeing that have upgraded masterfully is DJ's hard work. And DJ was a road warrior with us this year, Stopsky.
He was. He was not like you with your 145 days on the road.
There's a lot of days on the road,
dude.
But let's put it in perspective because we're watching fans on the broadcast right now. I get so excited. Like, the NFL draft is a premium product because rounds 2 and 3 mean things. Like, you get 6 hours of content of guys who will play this year. And then you get 8 to 10 hours of content of guys who should make rosters.
Right.
Like, it's a real impactful thing for teams. And moreover, you add in the fact that it's probably the most interesting and inefficient, while also being the potentially most valuable talent allocation merger in sports, where you get immediate feedback. You get feedback in rookie camp, basically. In basketball, you have to wait 2-3 years for a guy to develop, and it's extremely efficient. First 5 picks are going to be really good. Everyone else, question mark. Right. Baseball, you got to wait 3 or 4, potentially 6 years for a guy to even play in the majors. In the draft, if they draft Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, you know what depth position Emmanuel McNeil-Warren needs to be at rookie camp? 1. He needs to play, and he needs to play now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially if these players that are not premium spots, like guard and safety. Like if your draft team's here, there, it's about as high as
we're getting just Pat McAfee front and center after a WrestleMania, a tumultuous WrestleMania.
I heard they didn't go.
Look, I love wrestling, and I think it's great. I texted our friend Ator Ewan, who, if you want to go check out the evaluation, did an excellent job of hosting. He's a real football deep in the, like, we were texting throughout the playoffs. He knows everything about college football, detailed understanding, and obviously a Hall of Fame wrestling talent as well, like professional wrestling, and probably could have been wrestling and powerlifting as well, if he didn't decide to take his talents to the WWE. But I texted him, I love wrestling. Yeah. And I think it's great. I love the draft. I think it's great, but just funny to see McAfee just front and center. Maybe, well, he is a Yinzer. Time to get to Pittsburgh, crowd juiced, and he has done an excellent job of that on game day as well. We're just making observations here.
I can't tell who's more red in the shot, McAfee or myself. But also,
that's tan. That's the Long Island Italian.
This is red. But also, I'm also happy to know that I dressed more formal than that. But hey, man, listen, that's vibe. Remember broadcast. What did you think about the speed of the first round yesterday? Because we had all these video packages, and I know ESPN does as well. It felt like pick was just in. There was like speed run. The first 12 minutes.
Research indicates in broadcast that people are most engaged in 3-hour broadcast. It was the first year ever they got it underneath 250. I think it was underneath 3.
Yeah,
I liked the pace. Could I get all my analysis out? No. Was it an old school? We're going to sit and really detail all these picks? No. But when the bullets started flying and the trades started coming, it felt like an event that you had to rank. It felt like reality TV where you were trying to figure out what was going on. And I think that is what the NFL wants to engage. So I'm actually a fan of the 8-minute picks. And it puts more pressure on the teams. And I think adding what I think people lose sight of from time to time, talking about the script and the NFL scripted, is the NFL is set up to make everything hard on the teams.
Right.
It is supposed to be, it's the one game where you can create an environment where any team can be good in any year and it be plausible. Like the NBA struggles because sometimes it's not plausible that a team with 3 stars isn't winning. and they're making it way too hard, and they're making it not as interesting. That's not the case in the NFL. So if the draft is getting more efficient, let's cut the time down, and it's not going to be as easy to make some of these trades. You're going to make some poor decisions. There's going to be a distribution of things going on. And you get 3 months to practice. So, like, the teams that practice a lot should be better, right?
Theoretically.
Yeah.
Although I've been part of teams that practice a lot and we suck. So, yeah, maybe not. Thank you.
Yeah, Colin yesterday was grinding in the comments. So thanks for joining us again.
Yeah.
Awesome guy. We're getting the comments rolling early, man.
I know. People are here. Which team's the biggest winner of day one? We were joking in the green room beforehand how Buffalo just didn't want to show up day one. But they got a lot of draft capital. I know they didn't pick, but like, it's a good day.
I mean, it's interesting. Another portion of like discussing how the draft works out. It's like technically all they did was move back 6 picks, but they made 3 different transactions that involved multiple picks every single time. And like this goes to, the question that former Sam Bruchhaus roommate Josh Passman and New York resident Josh Passman, also known as Ball Watcher Josh, asked, what do the analytics say about the success rate of trades that give up multiple day 3 picks to get a day 2 pick? The way this is studied is looking at the value of each selection and the player that you can get there. Mm-hmm. And so when you coagulate the elements, you get to a point where, you give up multiple day 3 picks. You are getting more shots at the distribution, but the distribution is centered around 0% of the cap, basically, like a guy who should probably make the team. So the success rates of getting back the day 3 picks are probably not going to be that high. And that's why it's an exponential curve, right? Mm-hmm. But that's why you try to get to a point where it's equal, because what then ends up happening is you can move around the board with those. And there's an old adage that Howie Roseman said that every year he tries to turn multiple 7th-round picks into a 6th-round pick. And he tries to turn multiple 6th-round picks into a next year's 5th-round pick. And he said this several years ago. They may have done it, but he's like, at some point, I'm going to get a fresh new 1st-round pick because years prior, I traded for a kind of crappy 7th-round pick. And taking that approach is more than just trying to realize like the success rate per se. Right. Because if you do look at the individual success rate, you're going to have hits and misses, and there's going to be an element of randomness with the actual player that was drafted with the trade up. Right. But when you look at the lineage and the simulation of what you can then get down the way, you can start moving up. This reminds me of also in talking about basketball where it's more efficient. The 76ers back in the day would trade for 2nd-round picks and just start flipping them, right, to grease the wheels for players. And it's like sort of worked out for them. But if you trace the lineage all the way back, some of the big moves that they made to triumph for their team were tied to 2nd-round picks that came a long, long time ago. So that's why I think it's studied more on a pick-to-pick basis, because it's a true asset. And that's like my crux of my thesis on the draft itself, is that the draft itself has set picks, a set number of picks, and you know them beforehand. Has a set number of players, you know them beforehand. There's only so many years you can trade. The Cleveland Browns want to trade more, but you know you can trade those picks. So each year in that 3-year radius, you are trying to maximize the amount of capital, whether that's potential capital or whether that's capital drafted today, within those constraints. It's not a loose constraint element. So I think when you look at it as a problem of how are we maximizing what we have and what we can have in the future, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, pick is now in for the Niners. That one pick feels like it took long in the first We're going to see what happens here. I do like that thesis about late round picks. Because also, like, late round picks that you see during the middle of the season, you get trade for veteran linemen, which is a big deal.
Well, and like yesterday, we were talking. I believe we were discussing Jeremiah Love, and I said, like, who do you have in the same band as Jeremiah Love? And Mayock said, well, I have Mayock above Mekhi Lemon. Well, like, if you don't have anyone who's an 8-0 player or anyone that you consider a top, you feel is going to outperform the average top 5 pick, you should get out of a top 5 pick and go get the assets elsewhere. And so, that's basically what the Cleveland Browns did, right? They
Mhm.
had assumptively they draft Spencer Fano. They probably didn't think Spencer Fano, a swing tackle, potentially might play center, might play guard for them. But they're definitely drafting him to be a tackle. They didn't think he was a Eric Fisher type talent or a certified or a Laramie Tunsil type talent, even though he ended up dropping for other reasons. And so they drop back and they get him at a spot where they were more comfortable, that they believed he would outperform that selection, and then they get draft capital on the back end, which is kind of the general thesis of what this is supposed to be. And I know Stopsky, as the pick's about to come up, we're both freaks about how teams grade and how teams should grade.
Yes.
And that's a massive portion of my thesis, is that that's the way you should be grading players, because then you know where to draft them.
Well, the pick is in, apparently.
Oh, legend Andy Lee.
Oh, all right.
Hunter.
The selection is at some point.
I forget, on the second and third day when they have the guests.
Yeah,
Sometimes it goes a little unscripted. People get a little psyched up.
Yeah.
Stopsky, have you ever been to the draft?
No, I always wanted to go to the draft,
dude.
but I never did.
Yeah, one day we're gonna have a big studio here for SūmerSports, and it is a blast, dude. It's literally 100,000 people. I mean, like, we just saw a Hulkamaniac up there, a Seattle, a Hulkamaniac.
Stribling, the first pick of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, like, we talked about it prior to.
Yeah. This is actually EJ Snyder called me like earlier in the week. He says Stribling's going to the second round. All right, good to know. And here he is going right here to the 49ers. Sam, do you have any initial thoughts on Stribling going here?
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the story. We could go through the analytics. We could go through everything, but like we said before, they're gonna reach. This is a 60 slot reach. He's 100 on the consensus big board. When you're looking at like consensus big board evaluators, 85 according to like mock draft database, which has both.
Mm-hmm.
This is functionally a 60 pick reach. At least now the bands do get bigger once you get in the second round,
right.
Not at pick 33.
Yeah, this is interesting. Listen, good route runner, good hands, good on late down. So like there's stuff to love about him. But with like Denzel Boston still on the board, like Sherrod still on the board, like I didn't, from a consensus perspective, Strickland probably would have been around later. But listen, if he ends up being good, then I guess no one's really going to care. But that is definitely an interesting way to start this. The Cardinals are now on the clock, and of course they are already in, which is crazy.
Yeah, let's get it moving. I mean, it's interesting, and like also it goes without being said, San Francisco values strange things with wide receivers. Like they want guys who can truly block. They want guys who can stretch the field on the perimeter, but also will go in the middle. They want guys who are positionally versatile generally as well. And so when it comes down to it, you got to consider those things when you're really breaking down some of these selections that they make. Like if I'm a data scientist, and I mean you dig into it, the first thing that I thought was this dude's going to be a burner in the 40-yard dash. Yeah. Sure enough, 4.36. He's a 90.6 out of 100 in our size adjusted.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, so he's an athletic guy. This is a selection. I mean, this is the Ricky Pearsall pick at a different selection, basically.
Yeah, I agree. I think Ricky may have been, analytically better. This one is definitely interesting, but again, we'll see how this goes. I wonder if they were trying to trade out. That felt like a long pick, like a long time. They've been on the clock for 24 hours.
No, well, they had. Yeah, I was about to say they had 24 hours.
So it felt. It took a minute, maybe, or maybe I felt saying, "Hey, slow down," because it felt like someone from the league office called down. During like pick 12, 13 last night. Like, slow down a little bit. Like we were coming up like a 2.5 hour broadcast.
So here we have Cardinals running back James Conner.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay.
Hey, so about this.
This is what we expected last night. That's what me and Mike were talking about. And again, like I've said it on 3 radio hits today. His discussion of the way to approach day 2 is we're going to have 2 or 3 targets, and we're going to try to and we mentioned it a second ago. We're going to try to optimize our capital to get those 2 or 3 targets. that was that was news to me. I thought it was still just, go with your board, not like let's target guys at certain places that we feel good about, and it makes sense. Like we talked about, there's more distribution on these guys. Basantis, Pregnon were two guys that we both really liked, and we felt were going to go higher than people expected.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a move from a team that is going to run the Shanahan / McVay. That there's probably going to be some duo involved. They may throw in, the more LaFleur-esque gap schemes as well, but that runs on good guards. Like the guards have to be able to make duo blocks. The guards have to be able to pull if they're going to run the wing T elements that LaFleur brings in. So this is a better pick than I think that their running back pick was. But if you're going to commit to that lifestyle, this is a good pick for them.
Yeah, no, this is a good pick. Good initial quickness, as you kind of mentioned. This kid is someone that I think graded out pretty well as a guard prospect. So good move here. And I know you're going to dive. I heard you on Zach Gelb this afternoon. Just going hard on me. On the Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, and look, me and Zach Gelb, who you should check him out, 365 Sports. He's typically on around noon on weekdays. Big friend of the show, awesome guy, runs a tight ship over there and brings energy every single day. Can't sing his praise enough. That's a show where I bring the heat because he likes it and we want to talk about these things. And
yeah,
it is what it is. Like the bet that I was going to make and that me and Sean Syed were talking about making were what's their EPA per rush going to be year over year over the next 3 years? Will they get over 20th in EPA per rush in the next 3 years? I don't think so. So that's not Jeremiah Love's fault, as I've said time again.
So this is something that Lindsay and I looked at about Gentry and Robinson. The Falcons, the year prior to drafting Bijan Robinson, had a higher EPA per rush. The Raiders, prior to drafting Gentry, had a higher EPA per rush. So you saying that, like, hey, you don't think the Cardinals CP per rush doesn't going to be that much better. That makes a lot of sense because it's one of those things where your team's not that good.
Yep.
Why you're picking that high. And also, it could be like, hey, we know these backs are good. Like we know Robinson, we know Gentry is good, we know Love is good. Do you start giving them the ball in situations where maybe you probably should? And you're being less efficient because you just are trying to get them the ball inefficient.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I think the strongest element is where are the Raiders picking this year? They're picking number 1. So
yeah,
and they thought that they were going to have a pretty good year this year. Something that is more of like a I don't know who's running the draft show here. I wouldn't be surprised if Zion Young goes right here because the Bills love TJ Parker. So it is a big,
my God. Yes.
I'll hand you the thing here. But what I was going to say is they love these big edge rushers. Like Russo was massive. Epinesa was massive. Joey Bosa's massive.
Yeah.
They got Landon Jackson last year, also very tall and long. Here they're adding a 6'4" edge rusher. I think this guy is going to play a little bit more of like a 5 tech, but could speed rush off the side. They have Jim Leonard coming in at defensive coordinator. So I think that's probably why it's more TJ Parker than Zion Young here, who is more of your standard size rather than that long, lean size. But I'll just give it to you, Stopsky.
Man, I love this kid. He's a good power rusher, really good hands. I watched him just strip throw a dude at the Senior Bowl. But he did a lot in not just in mobile, but on tape. You watch him like he's a smart hand fighter. Because you were a pass rusher. There are guys who just flail their hand because they think that's what they're supposed to do, and there are guys who use their hand effectively. And he is someone that uses them effectively to get to disengage and get to the quarterback and get to the running back. That is someone I think TJ Parker's. I like him a lot. In a class where he really couldn't separate the edge rushers that much, I really thought TJ Parker may have been the best one. And I know that's definitely a off the beaten path, not consensus type analysis, but I really like TJ Parker.
Yeah, and here's a bit that they're getting him at the top of the second round. This is a guy who was supposed to be a top 10 pick, and you gauge the system. You try to figure out what went out with Clemson last year, but there's a lot of talent on that defense, and he actually performed to a certain degree up to snuff. 12% pressure rate was, a green chip, what we call. So, above average, but not great for college defensive ends. But
Right.
he did have a 12% early down pressure rate. So in those neutral situations, when you kind of have to play the run, you can't really pin your ears back. He was still getting excellent pressure. And so I think you kind of look at his 2-year career, and that's why he's going in this pick to the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, no, I love this. This is a great Bills pick. To have all those trades and walk away is such a win.
I think so, because like if we were sitting here in the middle of the season and we didn't know how Clemson was going to really turn out, this would be looked at as a massive victory.
I agree. I need a drink very badly. The Texans just traded up to 36, and now the pick is in. Again, now we've gotten multiple picks for in the amount of time it took the Niners to do that pick, by the way.
It's a good point.
Here we are.
I'm wondering if we might see a little edge rusher run here.
I hope so.
Because Houston, and we didn't get a chance to say this because they traded up. Then it was Keelan Rutledge time, which I took my flowers. And then after that, it turns into a zone where Houston last year was a multiple edge rusher team, despite having Will Anderson and Daniel Hunter. They rotated in Danico Autry, who's more of your kind of interior, but still an edge player, and Derek Barnett a lot. They were moving those guys in and out. And so right now, they let both of those guys go. They're still free agents. And it's a true element where, how can we add a talented edge rusher to what was one of the best pass rushes last year? Now, we could also go wide receiver here, but they have multiple young wide receivers that they drafted last year, Noel and Jaden. I can't remember his name off the top of my head for some reason. But the other wide receiver from Iowa State who they drafted.
Right.
So, they'll probably believe in those guys. Here's a guy showing Caden McDonald. He's starting to get up, and that could be an interesting pick as well. Super run stuffer.
Jaden Higgins, right?
Jaden Higgins, yeah.
Sorry, I was just thinking as I was struggling to get that soda underneath my table. I make fun of guys I know we're over here, we're evaluating edge rushers and tackles for not having 32-inch arms, and my stubby ass can't even get a soda from my seat. But hey, that's part of the draft process, right? This was the humbling experience of the draft process. So I agree with you here. Texans overall, let's look at their team needs real quick. We built them out, might as well. When I can find it.
We have it slated as O-line, D-line, and linebacker, do we not?
We do. Look at you. It's almost like you and I built these together. Their O-line isn't overall. It's not that any of them are bad, just none of them are great. Is that a fair way of kind of looking at the Texans line in general?
Yeah, I think that's why they wanted to add Keelan Rutledge. They trade.
How excited are you?
Well, it's just sometimes you when you know, and it's a victory, but the draft isn't about victories. It's about having great process and analyzing stuff. But it is fun when you spend a lot of time watching all these players and looking at their stuff and listening and talking to other people and looking at their statistics and blah 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 blah, where it really comes down to it. So they're just going to add premium players on defense.
Yeah. K. McDonald. Wow, this is a guy that we thought might go day one. Greg Cosell was talking to him a lot about him at the combines, and you can't run on this kid. He is a run stopper, All-American. But this also means Peter Woods, by the way.
No, Peter Woods got taken by the Chiefs.
Right. I am wrong. K. McDonald. So yes, now we have 3 D tackles off the board. Oh, Lee Hunter. That's not still available.
Yep.
Which I think. How do you feel about Lee Hunter? By the way,
so Lee Hunter is interesting because you look at his sheer statistics. As if you looked at Romello Height, this was the case. If you looked at David Bailey, this was the case. And Hunter is outrageously good at the core statistics. You look at pressure rate, he's a blue chip. You look at run stuff rate, he's a blue chip. And so then you go to the deeper, tracking analytics and the stuff that we built to mirror what scouts are doing, and it's not that great. And so the question is is this big body player more of a guy who is truly, a run stuff guy who was really profiting on the fact that he had 2 maniac edge rushers coming off the side? Or is he what he showed at the Senior Bowl where he was just dominant?
He was
dominating.
He was.
And so this is kind of why we were a little critical of the Banks pick, Caleb Banks pick, because sure, he has great upside, but you could have taken another player who would have been off the board, because you're sitting here. Minnesota's not picking for a while, but there's some good defensive tackles that will be available in the second round that I liked a little bit more, or at the level of Caleb Banks, in my opinion.
No, I agree. And let's just talk one more about Cade McDonald, who's your pick. In our analytics, one of the best run defenders in this class, if not the best run defender in this class, an elite run defender.
Mm-hmm.
Also, really good lateral range for a guy his size.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was very impressive. Also, a very good gap integrity, very good anchor ability. Like, this is a kid that you put it in those tackles and just runs it for you.
Yeah, and the biggest knock on Arvell Reese was that he was the 4th or 5th best player on that defense last year, and the reason why was because Cade McDonald was such a good run defender. And it was like a true toss-up. It's like, yeah, Cade McDonald's probably the 3rd best player on that defense after Downs and Styles. And maybe Reese is 4th after that, despite all the potential. And so, he comes off the board to a defense that just gets a little bit more maniacal. And the belief here is that he's a scheme-independent guy, because they don't run a scheme, really. They line him up and are like, hey, we're substantially better than you. And on first and second down, when you're trying to run the ball, Cade McDonald probably has the best case in this entire draft. He'd be just substantially better than you in the run game.
Yeah, he is. So I do have a question for you in terms of this analytics. Mm-hmm. Also, the pass game, pass defense is more important than run defense.
Yeah.
When you have a player that can just impact the run single-handedly, even if he's not the best, how do you view him?
I think, you can say, oh, he stops the run, but he stops the run, so what? So, Jaron Reed, for example, is a run-stuffing guy. And if he gets if he gets pressures, it's probably going to be because someone else did a really good job. The reason why Jaron Reed is so valuable is because Jaron Reed allows them to trot out dime, 3 cornerbacks, Devin Witherspoon. Then all of a sudden you're looking at Emanwari, you're looking at Witherspoon, you're looking at Job. Last year you were looking at Reek. And you're looking at the 2 safeties as well, and you're like, okay, how am I going to pass on this team? And then you're like, oh, we'll just run. No, you're not, because Jaron Reed's on the field.
Exactly.
And so that's kind of what it's going to do. So with a team who is not going to be the most scheme diverse and is not going to blitz, they're just going to be like, congratulations, here's Cade McDonald and Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah. No, it's God, man, the Texans are so good. That defense is great.
The question becomes, with that selection, who is probably the top guy on their board. This is probably an alignment of a premium position at the top of their board, and a guy who's falling slightly but not too much. Is how are we going to help CJ Stroud?
Yeah,
and I think correctly, they already took an interior offensive lineman, and we're not in tackle world right now. Would have that been a trade down position? They end up trading up to get a guy. I'd be interested in what the capital was, of course, but
right.
They end up adding a bulletproof player to a defense that's already pretty bulletproof.
And now here come the Giants, which I'm only a little biased, just a little bit. Oh, OC, what a.
So yeah, we were talking about OC yesterday. We had Arvell Reese, who allegedly is going to be a true hybrid player for the Giants. I was saying that this is nice.
Colton Hood, baby.
Yeah.
Getting a guy that I mocked at, I think, 16 yesterday to get him in the second round, this makes me really happy, because we were supposed there were talks about the Giants getting Monster Lane. I was very sad to see him get hit at 6. Getting Colton Hood at 37 makes me really, really happy. This kid is good. He's a ball hawk too. He knows how to play the ball. There was also some questions about Hood, but overall, this kid is great. I'm a happy man. I'm a happy Giant fan right now with Reese, and now I know that this has been a really good, first 3 picks for us.
They're holding their water, and they're getting players at positions of need and premium players at. We could argue about Reese in particular, but they're just going down the board and saying we weren't that good last year. How can we get a lot of talent on this team? It seems like.
Yeah. Well, also about
more power to him.
About Hood is that he's inside out versatile as well. Obviously, we do both. Just smart kid, good hands, a playmaker at corner. Which that was also one problem with the Giants in recent years is that they had a hard time getting turnovers. Now I know turnovers is very much luck based, but it was almost consistent with the Giants, so it felt like something with the scheme, something with the kind of players they had. Getting a player like Colton Good that can get turnovers, I think, is very important. And this defense now looks very different, especially with the departure of Dexter Ward.
Yeah, the only item and the reason why I wasn't like super duper excited about Hood in the first round was that just like he's a top 100 guy in college, like considering FCS as well in yards per coverage snap. Like the analytics aren't fantastic, but the secret about this Tennessee team that has Josh Heupel as their offense coordinator and is in theory supposed to be an offensive high flying based team is that their defense locked it down for the past 2 years. And they've had really, really good defenses. And Hood was an addition to that this year who really stepped up given McCoy was hurt all year.
Yeah. Raiders are clock pick is in. Oh, Matt Millen's is making a pick. That's great. All right. So the Raiders here addressed quarterback yesterday. Safety O-line were the 2 positions that we said we could use. Any guess before we see this?
It's, McNeil Warren could be a good fit here. Pregnon would be the kind of the fit here. Yeah, outside zone guy who can immediately contribute in that Kubiak offense that drafted Gray Zabel last year. Very similar. Like he's a little bit older, but we're sitting at pick 38. How much is that really going to matter? They go with a guy who a lot of people like.
Yeah. Stooks, man, that is an interesting one.
So we're seeing McNeil Warren fall down the board a little bit, which is interesting.
So Jeff Robinson, one of our back scout, really liked him. Said at all the tools, he's just older, right? Like he's 24 and a half. Like he'll be pretty close to 25 when the season starts, if not be 25. So before I hop to that, this is a kid that can play, like 100% can play.
Yep.
He has good hands. When factoring age, especially in this post-COVID NIL world, how does that impact how you view a player?
I think what it does is you take the distribution of the player and you start shrinking it. And I'm biased because I come from the basketball world, right? And I played football, and the older guys are indeed better than you at football when you're young. But you start shrinking. Their play starts stabilizing at the college level. And when it starts stabilizing at the college level, you know who they are a little bit more. But that also means that in the football world, in the NFL, not for long, where you have maybe a 3-year development and you're really not going to develop all that much with the team. It's about, okay, you're going to probably come in and be a professional. You probably know what you're doing.
Right.
But it's just like you're not going to see the potential impacts of a guy learning more about the game or a guy growing into his body for, the last 2 years before they're 25. And so that's the real difference of like a Mesidor, a Stoops. We mentioned Pregnon to a certain degree is like you need to be happy with what they are now. And you need to be quite confident that there's nothing that's going to cause them to drop more than what the standard translation effect would be.
Do you get worried at all about a guy who's in his mid-20s production in college? Like, do you have to discount that a bit when most of the players playing in college are good are in 2021, maybe early part of 22. Like they're playing against essentially kids, and like you're in your mid-20s, like you're an adult at that point. Like, do you have to discount that a bit? Because we've seen a lot of guys from skill positions that have great last years and they are older, they then go to a league full of guys in their mid-20s to early 30s and they become just average.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's validity to that. I think the only difference is when you get to these older guys, particularly if they're transfer players, you're getting some of the idea that they're in a different scenario, potentially a more difficult scenario. Stoops was, a 5-year guy at Arizona. We haven't seen him in like a masterfully different place. They did, become a Big 12 team, I believe, in that time, as compared to what was once the Pac-12. So there's validity to that, I think, but I wouldn't overly look into it, I think.
I'm definitely interested. The age thing does scare me. Not for every position, but for some. And I think I've seen. Again, it might just be a bias of just seeing that happen too much, and I do question. But he's a good player. Like he's a solid player. I think plays slot. He's could definitely fit in here.
Yeah. So we have the Browns up, and I'd be interested in your thoughts. Where I was having a discussion with some other data scientists, particularly as it comes to the draft. It's like who when they make a pick, we can explain it. We're like, that's sharp. They're doing something good here. And the answer was, to a certain degree, the Browns and the Eagles are probably the most sharp. We can basically trace back what their philosophy is quite easily using analytics. The Panthers are getting there as well, and the Jets seem to be on that path to a certain degree. But the problem is you look at the Browns, you look at the Panthers, and you look at the Jets, and the reason they're probably utilizing these things is because they are not the greatest teams historically. And the Browns in particular have been doing this for the better part of a decade, and have been not very good, period. So whenever I'm trying to make the argument, Stopsky, for the analytical approach to the draft, and I'm pointing at these teams that, they have they have an excellent defense that for the most part they built through the draft. How do I justify that I think this team is a good drafting team?
Yeah. Problem with that is when you talk about analytics, right, you're talking about such a small edge.
Yep.
Right?
5%.
So in order to take full advantage of that edge, you have to be analytics full in. So if you make a decision that's anti-analytic or maybe it's very questionable, that removes that slight edge, it kind of destroys you, right? Like, even this, with the Browns, like the Deshaun Watson thing is just going to bury them. Like that's just there's nothing you can do to overcome that.
Yep.
It was we've never seen a deal like that. We've never seen a fully guaranteed contract like that, and we've never seen a player play so bad for that amount of money. There's just nothing. They could be the best drafting team in the history of the draft, and it wouldn't make up for this.
Yeah.
And like, that's just unfortunate. And they picked Denzel Boston here, who was supposed to be a 20, 25 range pick, and they get him here in the early second round. It's great value. Great value for Denzel Boston. So they're drafting well between Fano, Concepcion, Boston, but the quarterback situation is rough now in Cleveland.
I said we were going to be able to explain their pick. They draft a premium in the top 40, draft a slight smaller reasons that have to do with the kinks of the draft. Like he's technically come up forward in terms of wide receiver range, pretty much would expect. Just like he's receiver 5, right? Minus the strip is a 4 years. I'll label that the draft to a certain degree.
Right.
So he's at a slightly cheaper price, I'd say, even though it's really the draft that hadn't dropped. Is he the most analytic-proof guy? Like, yeah, top 85% across the 2.5 yard per threshold that I love. 27% target. That's more of like a go up guy. 2% of his routes with go balls. But you take the off and you look at value per se. That makes a lot of sense, and they're just like nonsense at this point of what they're trying to do. I think.
Yeah, no, I love that I insulted the Browns quarterbacks. Frozen, so I'm gonna go fix your camera real quick. Hopefully, this Colin, let me know if the audio sounds better now that I've moved my microphone. But let me go. You can still talk though. Let me just go fix the camera real quick.
So here we got the Kansas City Chiefs drafting Mason Thomas, who, if you heard my man yesterday kind of break down this edge class, and again, this is another edge rusher that's been forward. TJ Parker went first. So there's an element of edge run, the secondary edge run. So Mason Thomas people really like SR games. And he's a young guy, 21 years of age, so like 21, 22, kind of a true senior, who is for the team of the Chiefs, who is smaller, 41. Excellent pressure rate, 6%. That's 8th percentile, 75 guy. So they're bringing in a guy of kind of the Spagnuolo defense of a guy who is going to get after the passer and going to be able to do it and around. And I think we can see really the in this Oklahoma team have been competitive in years past has not been because going back to the base switcher days was really what they were doing. It was because their defense, Mason Thomas, was a major reason. And so now we see this we're making the first selection. They basically pick utilized on Dexter, who Stopsky sliding back here now. They utilized it on Dex. They traded right up for him. It's a high price to pay. They play a lot of games despite production 2 years ago, and they played a lot of games this year and had little production. Stopsky, but we could go yes or no. Like the word was he didn't come to competition, right?
Yeah, he did not.
Played the season in the same question mark that Mayock raised Caleb Banks and Katie Proctor yesterday were the same question marks that are arising on Dex. So the Bengals also, I would the MO with them always is the cash strapped. Typically, you can explain that well, Stopsky, because they don't really go off the computer. They draft positions of value, and they draft players from schools because they don't have a massive scout.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, they draft Cash Towel. They drafted Texas A&M, and they player at campus. And this is just like what they.
Yeah, I agree. And so this is a player that we thought was going to go higher, especially when we were in Indianapolis. Short arms, again, I say that as I am can't reach my soda can. But that thing that dropped him out of the first round, and here at 41, great job. Might just have you restart your let's go into the stream real quick, the other controller, and just make sure you are reconnected here.
Sweet.
So once you reconnect, we'll have Samuel back, and then we will be happy again. That was a great view of you. No, not bad. As we try to. I mean, listen, we have to get you the same pop up, and there you are. Boom, we are back, and just here we are. Although I'm going to.
So there's a joke as the Saints come up, and I'm gonna just roll through my lovely Saints for one reason or another because I want to talk about it. But like I always joke that like the optimal front office is indeed the Bengals if you had money to spend per se, because they do just kind of take it as it comes. And there's a big debate going on right now in the National Basketball Association because there's a franchise, the Trailblazers, who are just like not spending money and have basically said that the coach that Tiago Splitter, who filled in after Chauncey Billups got in some trouble, they're not going to pay him what he wants. And he's a borderline coach of the year candidate this year because the owner just doesn't believe that the data indicates that you get a lot of value from a coach. When you go and look at the models in the NBA of what a coach really adds, it's like 2 to 3 BPM a game. Now there's different ways to look at coaching, and coaching is very hard, but that's kind of been the joke that I have. So this is really interesting. Christian Miller, defensive tackle to the New Orleans Saints. Another quality pick from the Saints, man.
Yeah, you're the Saints. So like, how do you like? I really like him. I thought he was a good defensive line. I thought he was honestly in the same kind of tier as Peter Woods, as Kate McDonald. So like, I think this is a great get in the first team All SEC. Good lateral range for a guy who's 321 pounds. So like, I think this is a really good get by New Orleans.
So I was lucky enough to go to a USC basketball game with my girlfriend, and Christian Miller was there, and she worked for the USC team. And when I saw what he weighed in at, 321, I was shocked because this dude is like not to be like the Oakland A's scouts in Moneyball, but like this dude does not look 321. So that is a stout, muscular 321. So just from like the eye test. But you look at what he was really able to do. He brings quality pressure. He kind of can really move all across the defensive line. And that's kind of been the name of the game with Brandon Staley, is he's been able to really take advantage of having athletic defensive tackles throughout his career, whether that was with the Chargers or whether that was with the Rams. And last year, he basically was able to move Cam Jordan all around. Cam Jordan ends up with 10.5 sacks. Chase Young, Carl Granderson, Brzee. And this is just like another addition to a Saints defensive front that was shockingly, I don't want to say shockingly good last year, but like competed hard. And when you really look at the rankings, did a really, really good job and kept that team competitive basically until Tyler Shuck started playing well.
Yeah. So I also want to go back real quick. We kind of, as we were fixing things here, R. Mason Thomas goes to Kansas City.
Yeah.
Sam, how do you feel about R. Mason Thomas?
I mean, like the interesting thing with these like 240-pound guys is like, are they gonna play every down for you? And I think when you're looking at the Spags defense, a guy like that can play on random downs for you because he's gonna put them in positions and move the chess pieces a lot. And so you look at the people who've succeeded there before. I'm thinking about like D Ford years ago. I mean, they've had a bunch of edge rushers who have come in and had really, really good years. But I think it makes sense to go a little bit younger,
right,
at that position. And like I said, like we talked about with Tennessee, we talked about with Oklahoma, like these guys who were defenders that came into Oklahoma changed the culture of that team. And as an ex-defender, like there's an element of defense that you have to work as a team, number one. And number two, you have to have a culture of excellence. And R. Mason Thomas is one of the guys, 2X all both 24 and 25. This is a guy who changed the culture at Oklahoma where they were losing games because of defense prior to this kind of crew coming up. Now they are winning games because of defense, almost exclusively sometimes.
Yeah. And just to give some traits on R. Mason Thomas here, good pass from his son, good production, good run defense. And a solid guy across the board. When I think of like second round edge rushers, like R. Mason Thomas, I think of like nothing. He didn't do anything that like was like, oh my god, this dude's amazing. But like he was solid, like really, really solid as a pro prospect, and I think this is a good get. KC here, Miami Dolphins pick in. Right now, the dueling screens of Schefter and Craftfor is happening.
Look, I'm going to be honest. Like, did they pick Jermon McCoy? No. We're just talking about Jermon McCoy. And maybe this is like I love Mike McDaniel and I love Anthony Weaver, and that team like somehow went 7-10 this year by like some type of miracle. It's so hard for me to not see that logo and not think Mike McDaniel and Anthony Weaver. Like, it's really throwing me off.
I know.
And it's weird, and I'm interested in your thoughts on this. Like, it's day 2. We'll see who they picked here shortly.
Yeah.
But like, when that's the feeling about a team, like, should they have moved on to a certain degree? But to a certain degree, like, when I look at the Bills, I was talking about, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they go Zion Young here because a lot of those guys are still there. But like Sean McDermott was kind of the definer of that defense. So it's interesting. Like, if they're still having a definition and an element of success, like, you move on from them. It's a big question mark.
No, when you're, I feel like when you're a coach that's doing well, or like hasn't gone over the hump, I feel like it's such a hard time to come. Like, it's easy to know the guy that's not doing well, like, we constantly suck. I'm like, yeah, it's easy to do well. But it's like, it's the same thing when Matt LaFleur keeps getting, like, we share that word. Matt LaFleur would be frankly, best coach ever.
Yep.
And we keep hearing about the Packers and like that. Mm-hmm. Like, when you haven't got over the expectation of the fan base, you sometimes.
That's a good point. Yeah, I regret bringing this up at this time. Unfortunately, I did love your analysis though, because we have a fit made in heaven. and I'm sitting here talking about, well, should they have moved on from Weaver and McDaniel? But I do know one thing about Jeff Hafley. He's going to get the most out of his inside linebackers, buddy. Edge Cooper, one of my favorite players, like, played extremely well this year. Didn't play. I thought he was going to be like a defense player of the year candidate. He played as like a Pro Bowl level guy. That role will now be filled by Jacob Rodriguez, baby, from Texas Tech. Fills in so I don't have to do it all by myself, because I can do it by myself. I've done it on many radio shows at this point.
If there was an award for linebackers last year, Rodriguez won it. Every single award, the Nagurski Award, the Buckus Award, the Lombardi Award, the Merrick Award, like, he won it. He got a 10 out of 10 run fit for us. Like, he is just an incredible player. He's got a knack for turnovers, which we feel like, oh, how's that going to translate? And then he goes to the Senior Bowl and just continues it.
Yeah.
And also, I have a soft spot for when guys are doing like one-on-one pass rush situations in coverage, and you just bully them. Like, he was bullying running backs in the one-on-one coverage drills. Like, he is really, really good. And like, they were talking about him going in the first round. This is a great spot for him.
No, and I think the thing is, the thought about Rodriguez was he's too small, he can't play against the run, but like, I mean, his run numbers were bananas. And also, he's going to get moved around a ton. He's going to be able to play in a position where he can be a ball hawk. We talked about on a show that we filmed in our podcast studio right next to us with Lindsey Rhodes, like, why was his missed tackle rate so high? And we really felt that it was because he's around the ball all the time when we asked the scouts.
Right.
And so, man, I think this is a match made in heaven. I didn't even know that was a match made in heaven again, because maybe I'm still stuck in McDaniel Weaver land, but real match made in heaven. We're going to be super excited to watch him start on day 1.
Yeah, and now the Lions just Derek Moore from Michigan. 3-time All Big Ten. First team this past year. I'll mention 24 and 23. What's your take here on the line? Because there was talk the Lions going Keldrick Falk yesterday. Obviously not happening. Falk's down in Tennessee. But what do you think about them getting more?
So Derek Moore, as you mentioned, like, immense production over the course of a 3-year career on a Michigan defense that, basically was the team there. And he was the leader. He was the head of the snake. And so the question of how he's going to fit in here is, they have been able to make secondary pass rushers viable in Detroit. Now, what that meant is, like, Al-Qadim Muhammad, who was a 7th-round pick of the Saints several years ago, is now a 31, 32-year-old pass rusher who's made himself a nice chunk of change. You're counting on Al-Qadim Muhammad to have a 10-sack season. That is no longer going to be the case. You're going to get a true talent in Derek Moore, who has performed well at the college level. You're going to put him across from another Michigan guy, Aiden Hutchinson, and you're going to have a two-edge. Like, we talk about the two-tackle theory that I talk about a lot. The flip side of that is, you have 2 edge rushers, and you see it around the league. Your defense is probably going to be good. And I think that, in excess of even, like, the Panthers defense has 2 really good cornerbacks, but they struggled at times last year because they didn't really have great edge rushing talent, despite having Brown on the interior. So this is a move to say that we know that like we've had secondary problems before. We really trust our safeties when they're healthy, though, and we think we can solve this defense by having 2 excellent edge rushers. Quick note, though, this is a team that plays a lot of base. And so I think they can go after a pass rusher like Derek Moore to a certain degree because they trust their linebackers. But at the same time, the reason I think why they play a lot of base is because they don't trust their secondary.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah, and I think, you add a nickel here, maybe that would have. And they play Branch at the nickel to a certain degree, but he can kind of move around the field. But if you would have added another potential safety or corner, who again they are on the board right now, that would have been a little bit more tasteful to me, I think.
Derek Moore, man, just consistently good in run defense this past couple of years. As you get frozen in the funniest spots, by the way. It's so good. Do you want to just click it on and off on the camera? No, I think it's just the camera. Do you want us what's it, your computer? Give it a shot with the computer. No, it's definitely the that stuff with the camera. Can you just go on and off real quick? And as I sit here with my Solo Stopsky, I need to start making a screen of Solo Stopsky for a bit. But yeah, man. So really good pass rush stunt. Good production for us. Good in run defense. As you can see in the bottom of the screen where my hand is flapping around. That's a lot of hand. 3-time All Big Ten. That's consistent production. So I think this is quite good. How you feeling over there with the camera, Sammy? It's working, baby. All right, hop back into the thing so I can no longer be showing this random screen of my shoulder. Have you ever been to Pittsburgh, by the way?
I've never been.
You been to Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh is an amazing city. My sister lived there for a good amount of time. Awesome. So we played there 2 years ago when I was at the Giants, and that's just an incredible fan base in sports town. It's also their stadiums around the water. It is very nice. And then Sammy is momentarily. There you are. There we go. All right, welcome back.
There we go.
I am now just going to make a solo me though. Just
okay. So we talk about the Baltimore pick, and people love the Ioane pick. Mike loved the Ioane pick. That was one of the ones that kind of soured on me as the day went on. And here's the reason why: is if you're going to pick Ioane at 14. Why don't you just re-sign Tyler Linderbaum? No, cheaper, but like markedly cheaper. I will know in terms of guarantee. Well, not really in terms of guaranteed money. I did think Linderbaum ended up getting a ton of guaranteed money, but like it is something to think about, right? Because you can get those guys in free agency, and as people were saying, yeah, you can get those guys in free agency. I started thinking, literally someone took their guy in free agency.
Right, exactly. I don't know. I like the Vega pick, although I do think the hype train may have been a little much on him. People were talking about Quentin Nelson. We knew Quentin Nelson was a top 10 player. There was never a point where we thought Vegas was ever going to be in the top 10.
Yeah, and again, I'm always the nerd who goes, we knew that. No, we didn't. We didn't know that. They could have gotten injured. I mean, there was a million things that could happen. These guys have to be distributions. And I think Ioane is a guy who has a favorable distribution, definitely for the Ravens. But it was just something that at the time I was like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. And then you really dig into the idea that sure, they are getting paid highly, and they're definitely paid substantially more highly than linebackers, but you can really just like go out and get an all-pro guard or center at different times of free agency. And teams have done that time and time again. I think about Kevin Zeiler going to what's it called? Going to the Lions 2 years ago. You think of the Bears completely rebuilding there. Joe Tooney, and just being an all-pro that they just slot in the next time. Jonah Jackson through free agency as well, even though he obviously had a weird go in with the Rams. And so now we go to Baltimore and they select Zion Young. So let me do Zion, because this is like one of my most confusing players in the draft, where he is what they call like a linear athlete, who I always have, a little bit of a soft spot for, because I was a 6'4" linebacker that weighed 215 pounds and played basketball my whole life. Like, I was a linear athlete, even though I could play sideline to sideline. Extremely sick pressure rate, insane pressure rate in the SEC, and insane in the run game too. But this is a player where the analytics and the scouts disagree. What were your thoughts?
Well, let's throw up a Zion graphic on it.
Yeah, I mean, look at the scout grade here.
Yeah, it's not great.
And this is not just our scouts. This was scouts across the board. And you can even see with some of our notable Soomer traits, which the goal of Soomer traits is to take what we think dichotomy here. Because I like the tape to a certain degree as well. I mean, he's definitely a big, weirdly built edge rusher. And he's a transfer guy as well, which I always look at as, he succeeded in multiple settings.
Yes, I think for me, the analytics, I think it's kind of agree with, again, good run defense and one of our best pass rush stunt rates. I don't know why a difference in opinion between the scouts and the analytics here. He was a good passer, but last month there wasn't anything that pops.
Okay.
I think that may have just been it, especially in a year of edge rushers. There just wasn't a great Zion just kind of fell to the bottom of it.
There's nothing popped other than the fact that he was constantly getting to the quarterback. That's what I love about some of this stuff. It's but he didn't pop other than the fact that 20% on 20% of the rushes he happened to be around the quarterback. Other than that,
yeah. Okay.
which is I mean, that's just how it goes, I guess, and that's why there's differences between college and the pro. Maybe maybe the scouts are right. There is a league translation factor, and the SEC linemen just aren't going to be to the level of the NFL guys, and he's not just going to be able to steamroll. Tough to say. Another Missouri guy comes off the board to Tampa Bay, linebacker Josiah Trotter. Interesting from the Bucs is that they did what we recommended to do. They went out and got Roseboom, and then went out and got Alex Anzalone, who our scouts love both of those players. They got them at cheap prices. And now they add a third linebacker and another piece to their defense in Josiah Trotter. Do you think that's a safe move? Potentially adding a cheap guy in the second round on a team that, I'm not going to say they don't have needs, but Tampa's one of those teams that always you look at the roster and you're that's a great team, and then they kind of never are an excellent team to a certain degree.
Well, also they had 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, Baker Mayfield was playing with a torn labrum and a broken collarbone or something like that. We'll never learn exactly what it was, but comfortable.
No, I think this is a good pick. I think this is a solid pick. Again, a pretty good linebacker. Really just outside the range of that Jacob Rodriguez type linebacker. This is a good pick. I think this is a solid pick. The Steelers are now on the clock, and their pick is in.
Starting to move now.
It's moving as I'm trying to keep up with the graphics here. Which hosting, producing, difficult.
I commend you. You're better than I, sir.
Okay, try. I do what I can. All right, so the pick is coming in from Pittsburgh here.
The Steelers are such a weird team because it's like they kind of need everything, but they kind of don't. And they definitely don't need edge rusher because they just, pull edge rushers out from the ether and they're immediately, one of the best guys in the NFL.
Bernard going here.
So let's discuss the mechanics of the draft here. There was not even discussion. There was literally footage that the NFL pushed out of the Steelers on the phone thinking that the Cowboys are making a selection. And that, Roger Goodell is walking out, and they're like, "Hey, Mekhi, we're going to pick you." And he's like, "Wait, why is – I'm getting a call from Philadelphia." And they're like, "Oh, okay." As Roger Goodell is, walking to the table, which means, the nth second they made that move. And so they wanted a wide receiver in the first round. Assumptively, this is kind of – maybe he's the next best player on their board. This seems as if, we need a wide receiver – and we're taking him. This seems like a selection for need in the second round.
The thing about Bernard, man, is that I think the consensus view of him and the team view of him is very different. I've seen he's not been high because of big boards. He's not been high in athletics. He's not been high in any of the discussions we've had about receivers. But his name kept coming up as a second round receiver.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if it's so much oh my God, we panicked Bernard. I think this team's like him way more than we like him.
The reason the analytics don't like him is quite simple. 1.8 yards per route run. That's below average. So, so it's and you're in an offense that, the Kalen DeBoer stuff is so interesting, not to become college head Sam Bruchhaus and SEC country Sam Bruchhaus, but the Kalen DeBoer thing at Alabama is so strange because his teams have been so kick butt, they've gotten after you.
Mm-hmm.
And just for whatever reason, that's not what it's felt like at Alabama, despite them having a lot of talent. And so Bernard comes in and just isn't that successful, despite having a good target share. And Ryan Williams was supposed to be the guy. He's on the cover of NCAA football. And it just didn't work out. So that's an interesting insight that I didn't have. So excellent addition here that teams really view him as a different player in a system that that is generated good wide receivers. Roma Dunze came from that place.
Tell me a little bit about their first round pick, Max I. And he went. The talks about him going in the second round. He ended up in the first. What was your take on him?
So it's so difficult as a data scientist that played football because I understand how hard it is to, at any point, actually learn how to play football. I didn't know the plays until I was a junior. And so you add in a player who's never played football really, and you try to project him and say, oh, there's so many places where we can go now. And there's a lot of potential. He's a high and long distribution player. But it's not like he didn't play at a high level, And so it comes to a certain point in which you're saying, I expect this guy to be an excellent player at the next level, even though I've never seen him. And then that gets us into the Arvell Reese conversation as well to a certain degree, where it's how can I spend quality draft capital on a guy who I have never seen play well, really? And he was a massive Senior Bowl riser, where a Senior Bowl riser is a guy who we saw 25 reps on and all of a sudden decide that he's a first-round pick. But the Senior Bowl is one of the few places where we get to see one-on-one plays. And that's a thing that typically matters. When you look at one-on-one win rate from tackles, it's actually quite sticky. It's over 50% correlation in the NFL. And so to answer your question of what I really think, I think they took a shot on a guy who they thought was a high distribution player based on an extremely limited sample size and an extremely limited, subset of him actually playing football. And so I think the Steelers organization is an organization that is right to make such a decision. but also I get it with a grain of salt. And so to the people who were like saying that, oh, well, the Steelers actually lucked out because, they thought they were getting Kyler and they actually got the better player. I struggle to say that is what I would say.
Yeah, I am in agreement with you. We are going to take a quick break to fix another camera issue. And then we'll be right back. Let me just hit the break button when I can find it. Boom. There it is. We will be right back. All right, we are back. Now that we've fixed I just getting rid of the camera in total. All right, Avion Terrell goes here, Sam. They're going to
Avion Terrell, I mean, like, this is really funny because the brothers are going to be together, right? So it's like, to a certain degree, this is a really interesting pick because you're going to have two Terrells playing with one another.
Mm-hmm.
His metrics just like weren't all that good, and there is questions depending on like what tracking data you're looking at, what season you're looking at, which is very interesting, of how well he can, like, how speedy he is. Now, the 40-yard dash, like, let's just say like we're projecting the 40-yard dash, that is something per se that does give us that 3 out of 10 value, or the 2.5 out of 10 value, as opposed to like literally meaning nothing.
Right.
But at the same time, like, there's a lot of questions about this guy. But productive, again, like what happened at Clemson this year, I don't really know. And so I think at pick 48, this is probably better value for him, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. This is a good pick. Where'd you go? Okay, well, that's all good and stuff. So, solo layout. Thank you. As Sam goes, grabs it. Don't knock anything over. You grab it, please. Avion Terrell. We're I think where we had him on our board here. He had a 8 zone coverage grade, by the way, which is very good. Like, to give you an idea of like what an 8 is in the pros, like an 8 in the pros would be like a Pro Bowl level grade. So that was very impressive. First team second team All American, also a 7-man coverage grade. Really, really good player. When you're ready to come back, and
Yeah, we're good to go.
You're good to go, baby. All right, I'm gonna bring you back in here. Oh, look at you! I can go out of this solo mode now. Go back to that. Look at you.
Now I can actually look at you, and it's not away from the camera.
I appreciate that.
What's funny?
No, I'm looking at you.
What's funny is you look beautiful, and I look like the producer that like just slots in and like says something, which is great. I mean, like, I'm happy you're getting the beauty.
We're talking ball right now. So that's all we can do. It's just top ball with our team of 2. I always get to see the cool blue background
Sure.
over your shoulder. Okay, pick is in for our Cats. How you feeling?
I really like the Freeling pick, and I think they're in a space now where they have 4 tackles for the near future that they could potentially play. I know Ike Ekwonu has had injury issues, so maybe you count that as 3. But between Walker, between Moten, they're really solving that tackle problem, and they're really going to be in a space where they can see if Bryce Young is a really good player. So I generally like the direction they're going. I mean, we've been saying we like the direction they're going for 2 years now.
Let's see what they get here. Oh, Jake Delhomme picked up there.
337 legend, Jake Delhomme, to you.
Lee Hunter, oh man, yeah, Ever keeps killing this. This is great. This is great work. Honestly, I think Lee Hunter was my favorite, just true defensive tackle in this class.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a great pick. Yeah, for a guy who is huge, he gets the ball quick. He's explosive alive.
Yeah, I mean, like they're showing his highlight tape up here. Like there's a potential that he had the coolest, best highlight tape of anyone in this entire draft. Definitely.
Yeah, I agree.
Your mic's showing red.
It would help if my mic was.
Yeah.
I agree, 100%. 13 All American right here. So now that we Lee Hunter has gone, who is left D tackle wise?
I mean, like there's a spot in the 80s and well, it's really kind of turned into the 70s and 80s to a certain degree where you're getting into Dominic Orange, who is analytically pretty strong. You're getting into Grayson Halton, who's probably my favorite defensive tackle, all things considered. Like if total profile, Grayson Halton out of Oklahoma is probably like my favorite defensive tackle in this entire draft. And then you start getting into Darrell Jackson as well from Florida State, who like played every single All-Star game, I think.
Yeah.
Like just was a grinder and like showed what he could do, has excellent size and pretty good analytically. His fit is a little questionable, but like the weird thing was like we said, I kept saying like the strength of this class was defensive tackles. I didn't say like the strength of this class in terms of first round talent. I mean that the defensive tackles that are going to go in the late first round, second round, third round, fourth round have like they have a lot of potential. And we'll see if that bears out, but it's a weird thing to say the strength of the draft is in the second and third rounds, I think, to a certain degree.
Yeah, this kind of reminds of the 2013 draft, where the distribution of like how many players there are doesn't really change a ton in the draft. Like usually things like I don't know if you saw the Michael McCallum thing on drafting best players, where you one of the running back classes seen as like not good, and then having like 8 good quality players in that running back class. It's just the players that are presumed as good, the guys that you think would be going higher, are just not that good, and yet you find better value later, and those guys are good. And that's kind of how I feel. Like you're going to see the same amount of Pro Bowlers in this class that you do in every class. I just think it's not going to be so concentrated in the top 20. I think it's going to be spread through the first 100 picks. And I think that gives teams like the Panthers, who are analytically forward, like a really big edge.
Yeah, I think so as well. And the interesting portion was that when we're identifying what was going on, I was asked, I did a radio hit in Charlotte of like where they could get good value. And I was of the mind per se that they were going to try to attack safety, potentially like add in a corner, potentially, or go with the interior defensive line. It is interesting to note though that they're now going to have like 2 players that aren't like pass rush guys. Now, I like Lee Hunter's upside to pass rush, but the question is at that weight, like, are you going to be able to do that against more athletic interior offensive linemen? So you're going to have Derek Brown, who's definitely growing as a pass rusher, but is probably the premier run stuffing defensive tackle. And you're going to have Lee Hunter. You're going to really be hoping that Allen from Florida and by way of Ole Miss, and that Scorton are like your guys at edge.
Yeah. No, I agree. I want to throw the Lee Hunter graphic up real quick because just want people to see like what we see. 6'8" impact player from our scouts, and then the super traits below are is a combination of the analytics and also our Sumer scouts and their insight. Just 318 pounds, 8 lateral range.
Yeah, and he has a pressure rates for defensive tackles can get weird. Like you really have to like kind of mark down where they play and what down they play. But like 9.4% pressure rate from basically the one tech position and a 4.2% tackle for loss rate, both blue chip. We're just talking about a guy who's like immensely productive.
Thanks, Colin.
Yeah.
Also, this sound better for you, Colin? Just making sure this sound is good.
Yeah. And so like we're adding in a guy who is going to go alongside Derek Brown and add depth to a defensive line that they've invested in on day 2 time and time again.
Yeah.
So we go from the Panthers to the Jets. So the 2 massive SūmerSports teams are now selecting. It'll be very interesting to see what the Jets do at pick 50. Now, remember that they had 33 and 44, I think. Wow. I know Stopsky's doing some production work right now, but they go D'Angelo Pons.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Like, we've been talking about a highly analytical organization now, the Jets are, and we say that lovingly because we know all the analysts because we work with them at SūmerSports. D'Angelo Pons has an argument to be one of the best analytical cornerbacks in the history of the draft. Like 99th percentile in terms of yards per coverage snap. Teams just stopped targeting him after a while. He was a playmaker despite being 5'9", and the reason why he's not getting drafted alongside Mansour Delane is because he's 5'9".
Yeah.
Not for nothing before I throw it over to you.
Yeah, please go ahead. Your thing.
Notably, the only guy who Bill Belichick ever drafted under like 6 foot was Aaron Glenn. And now Aaron Glenn gets his Aaron Glenn in D'Angelo Pons.
Dude, D'Angelo Pons is a smart corner. I was watching him before you came in today. Mike has been Mike Mayock, our colleague, has just been pounding the table for Pons. And I'll say so has Jeff Robinson. I'll say every scout we've talked to loves him. Loves D'Angelo Pons. So this is not surprising at all. There's Sean. There he is in the back right. There he is. Give him the dap to Arjun. There are too many people we know in this building. This is great for the Jets. This is a great pick.
Yeah, and this is a position where funnily enough, like they didn't get a single pick last year, like notably. That was like the big story about them. And the thought process of not drafting 5'9" guys, like, oh, he's not going to be able to make plays in the air.
Mm-hmm.
But this was a guy who like did make plays in the air. And so the continued rebuild of how can we describe these picks? I can describe these picks for you. Number 1, David Bailey. I described it in great detail. Guy who stabilized at an extremely high pressure rate in multiple different positions against premium talent in the Big 12. Then you move on. You go to Sadiq. The place where you can bet on athleticism the most is the tight end position. And so they bet on one of the most athletic tight ends in the history of the combine there. Now, was it exactly how I would approach those 2 positions given the picks they had? No. But I can explain it to you and why they did it. And then they go and they get a premium position, trade back in for Omar Cooper Jr., who's a high target share, high target share, high yards per out run guy who excels at back shoulder throws. And then they go and get D'Angelo Pons, who's an excellent analytical cornerback candidate. And so, like, the picks are all explainable to a certain degree, and there's a certain element in which you have to do that regardless.
Yeah, I really like what Jets have done so far. This is a good haul in the first 50 picks. I mean, I'll say 4 picks in the first 50 picks is fantastic. Now the Vikings are up. Jake Allen comes off the board here. First team Big 12 HBC, if you're watching any of the broadcasts, all the rest of the exact same thing. Sam, what's your thought on him being a former linebacker?
So last year there was a situation with in prior years the Vikings have played with some combination of like a rush linebacker and Blake Cashman. And Blake Cashman does struggle to get on the field all the time, but he's an all-pro level guy. Like when he's firing, he's playing extremely well. They fell out of love with Ivan Pace last year, who was previously kind of their run guy, blitz guy, and they fell in love with Eric Wilson, who's a veteran player who they bring in
and starts performing at a really high level. And I think the thesis is that betting on a veteran guy who you just kind of bring in and ends up playing well for you, and Blake Cashman, who struggles to stay on the field, is not good. The real problem that I have with these two selections is that, like, you don't want to draft for need. That seems kind of like a draft for need move, but we're now investing in a defense that was one of the best defenses and has been one of the best defenses over the past couple of years. And your offense was like really not good last year, and they were really not excellent. Sam Darnold played well, but they were not excellent the year prior, and they've really never had been an above. Maybe once they've been an above-average offense since KOC has been there, and the bet is consistently on KOC's scheme.
Yeah.
And, like, I don't think I'm out of turn here saying I think it's just a fact if we're looking at, are you better than average or worse than average? Like, the offense has not been better than average really ever.
So you're not a KOC stan. That's what you're trying to tell me.
I think he's an excellent coach, and I think we've seen them be able to make weird quarterback situations work. We've seen them really turn Justin Jefferson into probably one of the most premium players in the league. TJ Hawkinson's also very good, but, like, we just haven't seen the offense be good to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Despite, like, what we're supposed to be seeing. Like, this is supposed to be like a crazy coaching meeting of the minds where you got B-Flow and you got KOC, and they every year should be top 5 in both of those things, and we just haven't seen it. They're investing in a defense that's already really good, and we're investing in a high-risk player and then a player at a position that we think we kind of have down pat, or at least, like, we can trust in Cashman when he's on the field.
But where could they improve immediately on the offense?
I mean, the interior offensive line.
Yeah.
And there's guys on the interior offensive line that are good, I think, available.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Like, Eric Wilson and Blake Cashman are 5 linemen.
They've been trying to solve the interior offensive line for 4 years. And not for nothing, their tackle situation hasn't been great in the past 2 years either. Brian O'Neill is very good, and Christian Darrisaw is very good, but they struggle to stay on the field from time to time.
Yeah, that's fair. Is there any kind of someone you would have chosen there?
I mean, like, I keep bringing his name up, but, like, Pregnon's falling. Me and Mayock both absolutely loved him. We thought he could have been potentially a first-round pick.
He was rumored to be a first-round pick.
Yeah, and so, like, I mean, he's kind of dipping here probably due to age concerns, but, like, guards can play for a really, really long time. And
is it weird to think he'd also play tackle if he had to? I know he played guard his entire career in college, but, like, he just has – he's a mauler, and, like, he can get the second level. He's like a good athlete.
Yeah.
Like, he's 6'4" and a quarter, I think. So it's not like he's a huge dude. Like, he's a kind of player that, you play him at guard, you can probably be, like, a really good guard. But, like, I agree. I wanted to push you a little bit there to see if you can give me an answer. But, like, that's right.
And like, I'm lucky enough that one of the guys who gave me a big shot when I was first coming into this industry was our friend Matthew Collar, who is probably one of the best beat reporters in the nation, and covers this team I think of the great beat reporters. I think of when Jordan Rodrigue was covering the Rams. You were getting information that you could not get elsewhere. You probably couldn't even get inside the building. Nick Underhill at the New Orleans Saints and Matthew Collar. That's like the 3 that come to mind are doing an insane job. And I'm sure I'm dropping some, and I don't read every single beat reporter stuff, but, like, we have information about the Vikings that indicate that they know that interior offensive line needs help. Donovan Jackson is who they spent money on or spent a premium draft capital on last year. I just don't understand why you wouldn't continue trying to make your job easier, particularly you have Kyler Murray coming in, who's a shorter quarterback.
No, that's a fair point. It's a fair point, but, Kyler's used to having a rough offensive line, so it'll be fun.
I'd much rather have a good offensive line. Like, breaking news, Sam Bruchhaus would prefer a good offensive line. Pack making their first selection, am I wrong?
Let me take a look. You might be right.
Yeah.
You're probably right.
This is a spot where
right.
I went on Bill Michaels, another great friend of the show, doing an excellent job on the radio. I figured it was going to be cornerback or offensive line. They had Brandon Cisse, who Mayock talked about at length, about potentially being a first-round cornerback. What I think is interesting here, Stopsky, is we're seeing these clusters of cornerbacks go. We've seen Terrell come off the board. We've seen Pons come off the board. We have Cisse coming off the board. There's a little bit of a cornerback run going on, don't you think?
Yeah, which makes sense because there was a lack of run day one, where we thought there'd be a quarterback run on day one, and then we were talking about how there was some questions about the health of a couple of these guys. So like after that fell off. Like there was definitely talent at the secondary positions. Like we just didn't get there in day one. So it makes sense that we are now seeing this corner run with Brandon Cisse going to the Packers.
Another interesting thing is like that NC State team that had kept CJ Bailey again. Like, we're loose here. We're talking college a little bit more than we would with the other crew. Like a lot of NC State guys on teams that you didn't really make a ton of noise in the ACC. They were good,
yeah.
But like Cisse, Casey Concepcion, CJ Bailey was a guy who I thought was going to end up going to Miami. They ended up keeping him and getting Mensa from Duke. It's just interesting to see these transfer NC State guys who end up doing very well. Cisse, like look at again, some of these metrics get a little weird with coverage, definitely, but like Cisse, like not the best yards per coverage snap guy.
Yeah, his coverage score was a 6, which is like it's still going to be a starter, but it's not excellent, which is definitely a problem. I think my thing across the board with him is that he again didn't have any traits that like really stood out to me. Good player.
Yeah, and to be clear, the Packers have done. They picked up Keyshawn Nixon from our guy Mayock, who found Nixon out the kind of woodwork, undrafted free agent. Now ends up becoming an All-Pro. They've been able to develop secondary players, but they don't have halfway anymore. So
that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Colts are up. Pat McAfee's going to take probably about 45 minutes with his pick.
Is this the Colts' first selection too?
You know what? That's a good question.
Getting to some teams that are having a good time.
some teams took the day off.
Yeah, because that was part of the Salts trade to the Jets.
Yes, you were right. Oh no, they basically. No, sorry, the pick. I was going to say there's a pick, but the pick is actually ahead online. I don't want to ruin it for anybody that's watching on TV. Although I do want to ask you about that. Because again, it's going to take Pat McAfee another 35 minutes with this pick. How do you?
He's kind of promo.
Seriously, he's kind of like. How do you feel about that?
I mean, the NFL is as someone who has accidentally picked it before in the media room with Michael Penix at 8 or whatever, wherever he went, and like the way this works is like the NFL has an API that fires these off to teams, and obviously, like the teams need to know first.
Mm-hmm.
And what ends up happening is. And like I've been around agents for the NFL, NBA draft. I've been around like team guys around the NBA draft and media folks. Like, is the media guys have good relationships with the down crew staffers, and having a friend in the media is always good. And they say, if you give me one of the picks, like I'll report favorably. And I mean, this is just how the industry works. So that's how it kind of comes out. I hate it.
You hate it?
The NBA is so much worse about this, where it comes out like literally as soon as it comes out. The NFL has done a good job of kind of keeping it tight. You only get it about 35 seconds to a minute. You get it when the API comes out, and Goodell's done a really strong job of like sprinting out saying the pick. Gets a little bit testier when it's Pat McAfee or a fan or something like that.
Right.
I am a big hater of it. I think it's really silly. It ruins the product. And the thing I do like that the NFL does is that they actually announce the trades, which the NBA doesn't. And so like you have guys taking pictures in hats that aren't, which like I have a whole nother rant about that. All right, I'm just ranting. CJ Allen was our second linebacker, I think, when the scouts really looked at it. I think he was probably our third, combining the analytics team. Even though I really liked Anthony Hill for like multiple years as well. This is a guy who is like a standard linebacker. We're talking about 6'1". We're talking about 230. It's a guy who played at Georgia. There's an illustrious feeling around those guys, whether it's Jalen Walker, whether it's guys like Nakobe Dean. There's been a bunch of guys who are this kind of height, weight, etc., who have been very productive in the league. And so when you look at CJ Allen, he has a blue chip missed tackle rate, doesn't miss a lot of tackles. And he kind of was just solid across the board, whether it's consumer traits or whether it is, the coverage statistics that we look at that can get a little wonky depending on what the backers are asked to do, or the run stuff, which you just prefer to be run stuff guys, even though they're playing both. And so I think it's just a solid pick for a Colts team who's quietly, I cannot believe this.
Come on.
For those of you who are watching this show only and not the stream,
Come on, man.
the Philadelphia Eagles now have Mekhi Lemon and Eli Stowers. Oh my God. Eli Stowers is a Sam Bruchhaus guy in this draft. As I've talked about,
he's a Lemery guy too.
Pretty much anyone who will listen. And the reason why is this. I meets the AI player. Former general manager Phil Emery gave him an 8, a blue chip prospect. He thought he was a certified NFL guy, an impact starter. Then you go down to his Sumer traits, which again, we are trying to quantify what scouts are looking at. It matches. 9 separating, 10 hands, provides a vertical threat. Then you go look at just the sheer analytics that matter for pass catchers. Crazy target share he was basically their wide receiver one. He was the crux of their offense. And, you can give Diego Pavia all the flowers, and I'm sure we'll have a question or a discussion about him tomorrow. But the Eagles just get another guy who analytically is fantastic that the scouts love and has fallen basically because teams don't think he can block. I think he can compete. And now they're just adding another piece to a wide receiver room or a tight end room that they're now going to have Wicks, who Wicks is a really good wide receiver 3 in this scenario. You're going to have Stowers, who's going to provide value. You're going to have Goddard, who's going to provide value. You have Devontae Smith, who I think is a real wide receiver 1 in this league and just hasn't had a chance to show it yet, but has performed like a wide receiver 1B at least.
Yeah.
And you're going to have Lemon, who you just added. So sorry, CJ Allen, you didn't get your flowers, but I think you're a really good player. But go Birds, I suppose. How does it feel being in the NFC East is my question to you, Stopsky.
It feels great. It feels awesome. I don't understand how this keeps happening. How the Eagles just continue to get these great players.
Moreover, they got him at value. They got him at 54.
I know. And
I thought for sure he was going in the 30s. And I was wrong about that. Yeah.
No, I thought he was going to go around here.
He's the only tight end that is going to go for 35 picks.
No, I know, man. This is just rough. It's the Eagles just continue to draft good players, which I guess is a reason why they are continually winning. But yeah, it's hard when you're a fan of a team that even though you're doing well, the teams around you are also doing just as good. So you really aren't gaining any ground. The Giants have done really good this offseason and in the draft. But the Eagles have also been just as good, but their starting position was already 7 wins higher. So now, you really haven't moved much within them, which kind of sucks. But again, Howie Roseman's really good and friend of Thomas Dimitroff. So good for him. It hurts my feelings.
Yeah, and just to discuss the more scouting elements, because run blocking from tight ends is something that is very, very difficult to quantify when it comes to tight ends, because they have to be used as a blocker. And that's why we always pick up in our analytics that George Kittle's a really good blocker because he's used as an offensive lineman. So the run blocking techniques that we use and the statistics that we use really pick up that George Kittle is very good. But once you start getting the guys kind of Travis Kelce's a guy that people will say, yeah, he'll bang with him, he'll run block when it comes time to. But he's more chipping and he's more doing zone blocking techniques, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you kind of have to go to the scouts to get a sense of how Stowers is blocking. And the first thing you want to know is, does he try? Which is very key here.
Does he try?
Quote from Philip Emery, former general manager of the Chicago Bears: toughness, motor, relentless, leveled off from the 2024 tape, which is a big note. But he was used more as a wide receiver in late 2025. The question becomes, is he's a good slot blocker, and he's very good at on-the-move blocks. But it's a little worrisome. He comped him more
That's
to
a big trade, by the way.
trade. The Chargers are trading back, I believe, right?
That's a big trade.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah,
But Phil Emmerich's a guy that
he comps him more to a wide receiver than anything.
Yeah, but Phil was saying, and I'll post a video later tonight, just like he said that Eli Stowers is a guy he would pound the table for. This is a guy who used to be a general manager. He said he would pound the table.
I mean, I was
Eli
pretty near close, and I'm not I like to view myself as a process guy.
Yeah,
but like, I just thought the value was so strong for him, and we've seen guys like this before. We saw Sam Laporta here.
Do you have any concerns about being sub 240? Like, it's 239. Like, it's very. Like, it's he's a cheeseburger away from being over.
Yeah, but like
is it a problem?
So he's going to go to a Sean Mannion offense, right? Sean Mannion was able, or at least like the LaFleur squad was able to use Musgraves and Tucker Kraft and a bunch of different types of body types of wide receiver, whether it was Savion Williams, who was tall and lean, Wicks and Dobbs, who were tall or Dobbs in particular was tall and bigger, Jaden Reed, who just signed an extension, who was extremely tiny. They were able to use these guys in ways where they were moving them across the field and doing a bunch of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like him lining up the backfield from time to time. Like, I think we're just past the point where you got to be the why.
He had some actually decent blocks to pull back. Like, I wouldn't surprise me at all. The Patriots are now up.
Are you tipping picks again?
No, I'm.
We get Goodell back up.
Gabe Jackas.
Yeah,
that's a good pick. I think he's in this edge class. I think he was really underrated. So I think this is a solid pick for the Pats that like kind of need more edge rushers. Like, who's their best edge rusher right now? Harold Landry.
Yeah, and you're just not gonna get by.
Like Draymond Jones, who you might consider as a defensive lineman. Harold Landry, Elijah Ponder. So like, this is a good pick and a necessary pick for the Patriots. Oh my God,
I was asked to talk about him earlier on in the year when they played Duke, and here we go. Like, if you're watching NFL Network, you're getting a thing, and so I watched the Duke game extremely closely, which I think Darian Mensah is a certified, NFL quarterback, and maybe I'm a little biased because I'm a Tulane guy, but like, he reminds me of a less athletic Jordan Love, and that's what I've said since the first game he played at Tulane. And Jackson's ability to flush him out of the pocket, play after play after play after play after play, and Mensah really struggles getting flushed out of the pocket.
Oh,
there it is. So Sean has been talking about this for several days.
Jonathan Grenard going to
Go Birds.
To the Eagles. The Vikings gained 2 third-round picks, 2026 and 2027 third-round picks. That's a good all.
So let's look at this in the context of the Jalen Phillips move.
Okay.
Where they trade some premium-ish draft capital for Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips is like an all-pro for them, borderline. While if he would have played for them all 17 games, he would have been an all-pro. Now they bring in Jonathan Grenard, who is kind of like the notorious pressure but not sack guy.
Yes. Yes.
Can set an edge, notably. Which we know Uncle Vic likes. 2 third-round picks. That seems like kind of high for an aging rusher, in my opinion. But we're in a world where 2 first-round picks gets you Max Crosby. And Grenard's probably what, a top 20 guy?
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Easily, yeah. And now this defense that was already pretty stacked is just more. And for not saying that their window is closing, I think is definitely not. But like, they have a Super Bowl window. They're currently in it. Like, are those 2 third-round picks going to give you the same value that Grenard is going to? I would say probably not. No, at least not within the first couple of years. Like, Grenard is going to give you he's going to be your number 1 edge rusher by far.
Yeah,
and he's going to solidify that edge for a defense that really doesn't have a whole lot of weaknesses.
Yeah. So I mean, like, you're looking. I want to talk about this pick too. But you're looking at a guy. So like 2 third-round picks typically is going to be. If you're going for a quarterback, it'll be like true deep backup money. It'll be like a rotational guy. And why I say that in particular is because we know how they use these picks, and it could potentially go later. When I say I know how I'm talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. They have made a living out of making those rotational guys. Jalix Hunt comes to mind. So some of the guys across the offensive line from time to time, they've made a living out of making those third round picks kind of work for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so you do have to ask a question of like whether it's worth it. It's basically what they're giving him, like it's almost like a 2-year contract plus a premium because you gave up 2 picks of 2 rotational guys you could have gotten, which is a lot. But so we got Duval Jimmy drafted for the first time, I might add. And,
this is an interesting one. I'm if I said it real quick. I want to say what I think about this. This is not a guy that I thought was going to go today. He also was not graded very highly.
This is 100 pick jump.
Yeah. This is
so we're talking about a guy who was border like 162 consensus big boards. This is a guy who was probably not going to appear on any mocks except at the one.
Like he's like you're going to come tomorrow. You and I are back here tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah,
I thought we were going to talk about him.
Borkirker from. By the way, we're talking about Borkirker from.
This is. How do you feel about the Jaguars drafting strategy the last 2 years?
They have a different approach.
They have a different approach. That's true.
Yeah, this is also like not a position of pass. Like they have one of the best pass catching units in the. Like that was the reason why they were a playoff team this year.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Again, we'll see how this turns out. Like they're reaching at a not position need and a tight end class that is deep. It's a deep tight end class.
Yeah.
And like so far, how many got the board so far? Is it Sadiq and Stowers at this point?
And Borkirker.
Like Claire, Jolly, Wright, Dell, Reardon. Like, there's a lot of guys who are still available that are quite good.
This is a tight end Y. Like he had 100 yards receiving last year. 165.
How good a blocker does he have to be to get his return value of 56? Like best blocking tight end in football?
Let's think about the blocking tight ends that are out there. 2 come to mind. Drew Sample with the Bengals, who plays more snaps than like Gesicki, and John Bates with the Commanders, who notably did provide quite a bit of value to that run game. You can kind of consider Tommy Tremble, I guess, is that, but Tommy Tremble is kind of a weird player in general, and he does get involved in the pass game as well. I consider him almost like a juice check, but a tight end kind of, but not used as much as juice check. So it's like Tommy Tremble's a weird one.
Yeah.
And this is also a team like built to play 11 personnel. Also, like the word on the street was that they're like in the market for a running back. We're in like running back territory right now, whether it's Emmett Johnson, whether it's the running back from Washington, Demon Claiborne. Like we're in true territory now.
Yeah. No,
So wow, that's like that's not a bad contract for Gennard.
It's not bad at all.
No, 4 years, 100 million, 2 years guaranteed 50. Yeah. So you're at 25 million. So you're under what Trevon Walker got, and you're way under what Danielle Hunter got.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, big time. Chicago's on the clock right now. Pick is in. They drafted Dylan Fitterman yesterday.
I'm still like.
I know.
Like I mean, like they're drafting him to be a blocking tight end,
which is there are still 5 more rounds.
and like not for nothing, this is a team that took Parker Washington from the ether and made him into like a top 15 wide receiver last year.
Yeah, okay. But the Bears are up. They addressed safety yesterday. Where do you feel the Bears still have some growing to do?
Edge rusher. Now
you're not. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
You have Dio and they have Montez, but like this was a team that was struggled deeply in converting sacks last year, and basically was a functional defense because they got a crazy number of takeaways.
Yeah, no, that's fair. All right, so if we do go ahead, who do you have? We've honestly a lot of
so like that was about to be my point.
Like there's I don't know, LT Overton, L Height.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the problem.
Joshua Josephs.
I was going to say Romello Height's going to be a guy who makes sense here, in my opinion. Where it's a little bit of a reach, but we're getting into the part of the draft where it's like 20 selections. Like the mock drafts, the public data is starting to get poor.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
And so when you really start to look at it, like I just think they need someone to generate pressure. So interior defensive line maybe would be the move here. Grayson Halton, Dominic Orange. Again, those are kind of reaches. Like we're in a weird spot for D-line, and it's a place where they kind of need it. I also could see them going tackle here potentially with Caleb Tiernan, who Mayock liked as a middle round guy, but not necessarily. I could also see them going back to the well on interior offensive line here, even though they're quite set there. So
yep. Look at you, like on cue. You're not even to picks. Logan Jones from Iowa going here, which I think of all the spots on that line, that makes the most sense to try to upgrade is center. So.
Well, yeah. So
good.
For context for the folks watching, like Drew Dahlman in our analytics for the past 2 years, even while he was with the Falcons, was one of the best run blocking centers in the league. He did an excellent job, and that's why he got big bucks from the Chicago Bears to come in and rebuild that defensive line. They all of a sudden allow Caleb Williams a little bit more time. Caleb Williams becomes a low sack rate guy, and they have one of the highest rushing EPA per play offenses in the league.
Yeah,
become one of the best offenses in the league as a result. Drew Dahlman retires out of nowhere. I really like this pick. Logan Jones was a guy who, when everyone was freaking out about Jennings Dunker and saying this is a freak athlete and a guy who can really play, and I really liked him as well, the people who really did the work all year round were saying, and the numbers say it to a certain degree, center numbers start getting really like you kind of have to rely on the scouts.
For centers?
For centers.
Yeah, you're right.
And the people who do this all year round, and we're saying Logan Jones by far was the best center on Iowa's team. Excuse me, was the best offensive lineman on Iowa's team. And so you bring him into a team that had Dahlman, Ben Johnson, then had Ragnow. And center is a position that allows them to do those really weird run schemes that virtually no one else does other than Ben Johnson.
Yeah. Now, listen, Logan Jones, analytically from our traits that we have on him, good run blocking, star level outside zone blocking, star level like just one-on-one like true pass set type blocking. Like this is a good kid. It was kind of a down year for center overall in the draft, but this is I think it's if you were to have him as your number one center, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, McNeil Warren following up the board here.
So again. And if you watch this show,
and
you're a believer in the SūmerSports way of the eye meeting the AI at all times, you understand why Cleveland is making this pick. This is a guy who was falling. This is a guy who a lot of people believed were going to go certifiably in the first round. And I'm interested in why he didn't.
Me too.
I didn't consider. Did you consider him like a combine riser?
No,
like, I considered him as one of the best analytical defensive backs. Just that there was a massive league translation effect coming from Toledo, and I think you could also make the argument, I guess, that when you watch the tape, which I did a little bit of for the Toledo guys, because they had two good corners as well pre-Shrine Bowl. So what I'm trying to say is I took a look at the tape to get a sense of who was who.
Yeah.
And who mattered. You could say that they had two NFL, whether they're undrafted free agents, cornerbacks, and when you do that in the MAC, you dominate. So McNeil Warren kind of had an easy job. But I didn't consider him like a riser. I thought he was just a good player.
His analytics were fantastic.
Yeah.
And he's kind of that new age nickel that we're looking at. That's 6'3", 4, 201 pounds. Like can play deep, can play slot, can play box safety. Like he's versatile. Like he showed it at Toledo. Granted, like you said, it's a lower competition, but like he graded out grade 1 to grade out. And like, that was quite good.
So here's what I'll say as well is like it's becoming clear which teams are analytical, and I think that was the as the Texans come up to select, that was the vibe of this draft. This was the draft that was going to separate the non-analytical teams from the analytical teams, and it's clear to me that the Jets are analytical. The Eagles, obviously, like we're fretting over here because the Eagles are doing what we want to do. And at some point, it has to work out for the Browns, right? At some point, it has to work out. Because their defense is stacked. Their defense is good at every.
Well, they were stacked last year too, though.
No, but I'm saying they're stacked because of the doing the work.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Carson Schlesinger, they get at value in the second round and becomes the defensive rookie of the year. Like the corners are guys they drafted. The safeties are guys they drafted. What is going on at the tight end position?
What?
Really, the league thinks a lot differently than us.
Shocking. Shocking, I tell you. Do you want to announce the pick?
So we got Marlon Klein from
Where was he on the board? Was he?
I'm looking at 169. So we have another 110 pick reach.
Yeah.
Here's what the question becomes here, because we don't know all that.
True. Yeah.
Who else? What is the demand for these players?
I don't know. I do not.
There's not high demand.
Well, the question also is, does the league view the tight end draft as deep as we do? Because, like, if this was us, we'd be like, you can get great tight ends, like really good tight ends, into the third, into the fourth, maybe into the beginning of the fifth. And we just had two guys that were in the 160th. Looking at the big board, go in the second round, which to me, that would sound like they don't view that deep, and they think they have to reach here to get these guys, which is interesting because that's just not how I view it at all.
And it also becomes like, what are they looking at that we're not looking at?
I don't know.
Which seems to be the ability to run block, I guess. But like, I mean, like, at least as it pertains to Borkirker, where it's like, I don't know if this dude is going to get targets. You know what I'm saying?
I do in fact know what you are saying.
So it's like it just becomes a question mark of like, what are we not seeing?
I don't know.
Is it the workouts? Is there something in the athleticism?
Well, so that goes to a funny story that you and I were talking about yesterday about one of the players that was rising recently. And I was like, yeah, I was told by an agent that the team was talking. I was like, and they really like his workout. And you like almost lost your mind. like that one workout, that like hour of workout just apparently undoes every piece of film and analytics that we have. And it's like, yeah, I would understand if it was like the meat of the tight end class, right? Like, you know, the Claire, Jolly, Wright, Delp, Raritan, Trey, others like, hey, you know what? These guys are so close. I will let the workout kind of like stack bust here. That makes sense. These guys weren't even listed as like in the same vicinity. So like something is definitely different here. I don't know exactly. Maybe it is just run blocking. It could just be run blocking. That is a. I don't know how the run blocking kind of to be at pick 60.
So I'm thinking of other guys who were potential reaches, right? And so you're thinking of George Kittle, who didn't have a lot of production. Did go to Iowa, notably.
When was he picked?
I mean,
George was
what, a second or third round pick? Was he later?
He was later.
Yeah. Jimmy Graham's another guy who like didn't, but like they were athletic. And we mentioned when we talked about Sadiq yesterday, like athletic tight ends.
Yeah, Kittle was 146. Like that's why I'm having a real hard time with this. Like, yeah. Also, because and we kind of know how many tight ends in the league would you guess? Yeah, I'm kind of throwing you a spot here, so I apologize. Would you say are positive run blocks? It's not that many.
I mean, it's the tight end position to a certain degree, except for you can get real target share to these guys, which there's probably 8 of those guys or 6 of those guys. Like are not used as weapons in the run game. So it's probably Kittle, Bates, Sample, Chargers tight end, whose name is eluding me at the time. Yeah, there's probably like 8 guys who are used. AJ Barner is like a true weapon.
Our favorite, actually.
All pro next year for sure. Book it. But here's what I was going to say though. It's like I'm looking at our tracking stuff and I'm looking at the combine stuff. Marlon Klein was a 55 size adjusted.
It's not great.
Marlon Klein and Borkirker were in the 25th, 30th percentile.
Also, all the guys you just mentioned were 4th and 5th round picks and minus one tight end there in terms of like the true good run blocking tight ends, which to me says that even if they end up being, this is the running back problem that we have, right? Jeremiah Love can't just be a good running back. Jeremiah Love has to be the best running back in the league today to even remotely get that value back. And honestly, even with that, probably the value back. These guys have to be the best run blocking tight ends.
They have to be basically a tackle or some type of fullback of like something you've never seen.
In motion, right? Which is just not doable. And then Anthony Hill goes.
The Titans.
Who, I know Mike Mayock loved Anthony Hill.
So I have a question for you here.
Right.
The Titans have made multiple moves.
Yeah.
At the front office positions over the years. They now have Borgonzi from Kansas City.
They do.
And like I'll say, like Brett Veach has done a good job of drafting. I wouldn't say like the most analytically. Like they notably tried to deal with the Browns when it came to trading first round picks yesterday. So like wouldn't recommend that if I was just talking about that single market. Borgonzi has drafted a wide receiver at 4 premium, wide receiver 1 in the consensus. They drafted a slightly falling Keldrick Falk, who was both a scheme fit, a premium position in the first round.
Yeah.
And a guy who analytically, like, we liked. I wouldn't say he was, like, blowing it out of the park, but he was a consensus faller, which is something that I always mark as well. Then they go get Andy Hill Jr., which, like, I'm not going to provide you any data here, Stopsky. I'm turning it into linebacker stand. This dude was an animal in the crux of this Texas defense, which was pretty decent over the years and has been so basically since he was a freshman. Now, I think he's a second-round pick because it's not the Sonny Styles, oh, my God, this dude is 6'5", 260 pounds, running all over the field, played safety, and has all these traits. He's a classic linebacker, and he's probably a little light for a linebacker as well. But the Titans are now going to have Barton, Cedric Gray, who was very underrated and a SūmerSports kind of acolyte last year, Anthony Hill, Keldrick Falk, and Jeff Simmons. And again, last year, we were saying that the Titans could actually end up being good. Plus Cardinal Tate, and they're investing in their offense as well.
Yes. Yeah.
I like what they're doing. Like it seems as if they're going in the right direction. Am I wrong here?
No, I think you're right. And like I like Anthony a lot too.
See, now like this makes sense.
Real quick on Hill, high motor player. I really liked his motor, and I think he a good range, 2-time second team All-American, productive cell. So I think this is really good. The question I just have, like, where is he playing? Is he starting over Gray or Barton, or is he like?
Yeah, I mean it's a late second-round pick. I think he has a year.
Yeah, it's a linebacker guy to start with. But
also, Mayock, for what it's worth, thought he was like he had a borderline first-round grade.
No, I think that's a fair assessment of him. This is really good.
And analytically, he was very good as well.
Yeah.
His profile, like I said, Sonny Styles. It's weird with linebackers because usage does matter.
Yeah,
and I want to get in because now we have a tight end, one of the weirder runs I've ever seen. I think because Max Clare just got drafted by the Rams. Which can we run 04 personnel?
I love Max. I think he's like an impactful tight end. And I think he had like a 9 hands, outstanding hands. So him going here at 61 after 2 tight ends that were consensus 104,000 is interesting. Yeah, not that I didn't think Claire would go earlier. I thought this is probably where I thought Claire would go. It's just like
do you think he'll be able to help him this year? I think there's a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't he?
I agree.
I think that's absolutely.
I think you're going to have Terrence Ferguson, who's going to play the weird little I have the same number as Puka role that they will line him up on the outside and then bring him inside. And to be fair, that was my question about the Simpson pick. Not to kind of wrap the Rams up in a thing was like, if they think that they've unlocked something in 13 personnel that's going to last for another year, because it was a little gimmicky.
Of course it was.
Teams couldn't stop it.
I know. So
even the Seahawks couldn't stop it.
Yeah.
Like they hung points on the Seahawks. Like it was going out of style.
Yeah.
If they truly believe that they could do that, like what is going to – like the value of Mekhi Lemon at that pick, and I love Mekhi Lemon, was going to be their third wide receiver who, if they're going to run 13 personnel 30% of the time like they did, is going to probably not be on the field because it's probably going to be Puka or Devontae.
Yeah.
And so this makes a lot more sense, but that was kind of like my discussion of like why you could back up the Simpson, which has gone full circle in a full day from Sean McVay not liking the pick to Sean McVay faking that he liked the pick to Les and Sean McVay not liking Matthew Stafford, loving Matthew Stafford, and then I'm just like, okay, I don't really care anymore. I'm just going to evaluate the pick on.
Yeah. No, I think 13 personnel when you have like actual weapons is like hard to stop. And like the 11 pick, the thing about 11 pick is when we were mocking Lemon, and also we talked about Lemon 1,000 times to Los Angeles, was less about like, hey, they need a third receiver, which they do need a third receiver. It's more just like Adams is getting paid a ton of money. He's 36 years old. He's probably not going to be here in 2027.
Yeah.
And like you get Lemon, who I thought was the best receiver in this class. And I think analytically, you could make an argument that he's the best receiver in this class. So that was really the thought process, because the Rams don't really have a ton of need. Like they've done a really good job
this year,
right now, building this team. So I was looking more of like, hey, what do they need maybe next year? But right now they're adding more pieces to, because like you said, the 13 personnel can't do 13 if one of your tight ends goes down. Or the value of it goes down a lot. Now you have 4 tight ends. The question is going to be, are you going to carry 4 tight ends on the roster? Which are you going to carry 4 tight ends? Because now they have because now they have players. You got a lot of players.
Yeah.
It's a lot of spots to one position. Tight end is usually, recently it's changed. Now teams carry more like 3. They used to be carrying 2. I could see them carrying 4. This makes sense. And yeah, clarity. He's good.
Here's what I'll say about the Rams too: is the Rams think about the draft differently, not as differently as it seems James Gladstone does, who notably was with the Rams for a long time. But they approach the draft differently, and typically it's worked out for them.
Yeah, primarily, he's a little different.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying,
yeah. Well, it's let's get a couple more picks from the young lad, and we'll see.
What is it, Gladstone to me?
He's Duval Jimmy. He does what people do in Jacksonville. They have a great time on the beach, and they make some decisions that are probably good decisions, but and
I'm not saying it's bad or not. It's like he's going to do what he wants to do. Yeah. It doesn't fucking matter if it's a trade, if it's a pick, if it's consensus. Like, I'll take this guy.
And to his credit, a lot of it has worked out. Like Travis Hunter got hurt, but Travis Hunter was beginning to come along as both a wide receiver and a cornerback when all things were said and done. The trade for Jacoby. Oh my God, I'm blanking from the Raiders. The trade with the Raiders worked out. Jacoby Myers. All that say, I think that there was a true thing that the Rams did not have quality first-round talent at all in this draft. They thought to themselves, there's no blue-chip talent, and it's just a big cluster of guys from 13 or 10 to 40. And if that's the case, you make the weird move at 13 because you think there's a big cluster and that's the highest value position. And then you go get Max Clare, who's in that, which I think, like, I can justify that to a certain degree.
Yeah. No, I am with that.
So Buffalo seems to have a charge, which is interesting because Joe Brady's now their head coach. And that is to make their defense better. Now, why was their defense not great last year? I think that's perhaps why Sean McDermott's not the coach anymore. I believe that they didn't believe in the philosophy anymore, which I liked the philosophy. I thought that was why they always ended up being a good playoff defense, is that Sean McDermott was going to let you run the ball. He was going to play 2, sometimes 1 linebacker, and let Terrell Bernard be a linebacker who's kind of more of a swing nickel. And you were not going to throw the ball. They were going to be one of the best passing defenses in the league. And now we're adding, we're adding defensive talent to the weaponry here, and they trade to do so. Basically a second for a third and a 6. So they move up a slight picks for a shot in the dark, maybe a special teamer for the Broncos, which makes sense. But that is the charge for the Buffalo Bills this year, and that's the reason why they think they haven't won a Super Bowl yet. Do you agree?
To be honest, I was messing with you when you were talking.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, give me the question.
Do you agree that a pick like Davison, and again, like another Ohio State defender, Do you believe that the defense is the reason why they are not winning championships, or do you think it's just sheer luck? Because I'm kind of on team sheer luck out here
For which team?
for the Bills.
Oh, it's sheer luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So listen, because once you get down, they're getting into the playoffs. Right? Like they're going far. When when it comes down to like, hey, it's just 60 minutes on a Sunday, the ball can drop so many different ways. And if you get like the 13-second thing with Mahomes is like, how do you?
They lost a game this year because of a bad call.
That happens all the time, though.
No, but I know. I'm just saying, like, that's
Yeah.
what these games have come down to. They won a game last year because it was 6 degrees or negative 6 degrees against the Lamar Jackson Baltimore Ravens. So, like, the Bills, I'm sorry, you're a very unlucky team. But I do see what they're trying to do here. They're trying to get Jim Leonard, their new defensive coordinator, weapons for his new defense, which I think is moving to me. And I think they're going to blitz a lot more this year.
I want to say a possibility. The Chargers are on the clock, and the pick is in. We have 2 picks left in the second round, Tim.
We're moving and grooving.
We are definitely moving and grooving.
For what it's worth, Igmanuson is a guy who is a blue chip yards per coverage snap guy. Good analytical guy, about half a yard per coverage snap. That's like 28th. It's in the top 30.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's funny, and I'd be interested in your thoughts on this, Stopsky. Like, we use percentiles always.
Yeah.
And percentiles in theory are just ranks.
Yeah.
But like, it actually made Sean Merriman, friend of the show.
Yeah.
I want a guy to be top 25. If he's going to be, because like, how many guys are really going to get drafted? And so you could lean that down to the draft class, but I want him to be top 25 in college. So Igmanuson's a guy that is around that. So I'm really moved by this pick.
I am moved by this Jay Slaughter pick for the Chargers.
And talk us up.
Because
this has been your guy since November, just to be clear.
I like him a lot. He's also like, a nerdy dude in glasses, just moving people 10 yards back is like, it is always going to be a win for me. So there was a play I watched where he like just strip walked a dude, just walked him 10 yards. And I was like, oh, like that's cool. And like, it's like those plays, even bad players have good highlights. And they just kept doing it. I was like, this dude is mean. I don't think he got the same kind of love because Florida has not lived up to what we think of Florida in recent years. But he's athletic. He sustains. Like, he is a very, very good center. Again, a weak center class, but like, I think he has a chance to be like a solid starting center in the NFL.
Definitely. And I think you really mention a lot of what we're discussing here, like, not for nothing. He also is a pretty athletic guy, like 90.4 size adjusted, excellent vertical.
Did you want athletic centers? You want athletic
and look, like, linebacker Sam coming out here. There's a lot of big people on a football field. Don't know if you knew that, Stopsky.
Breaking news: guys are big who play football.
Big people are typically good at football. One of the hardest things to see, because at the linebacker position, safety position, you have to see. Like, those guys on the defensive line feel.
Yeah.
You have to see at the linebacker position. And that's why the guys that do have feel, which, like, I got to say, wasn't I was much more of a, like, I was coming from edge rushing. I love to rush off the edge, etc. I just, like, didn't have the size to do so. And we had 2 NFL edges. The guys who do have feel and vision are the Fred Warners of the world. The hardest thing to see, and I remember I realized this when we were breaking down Alex Mack at Ohio State. When we played them my sophomore year, is a center who can pull.
Dude, those guys are rough.
And when you get a guy, where did Slaughter go? What team?
He just
excited about the pick. I didn't even see who it was.
Slaughter went. He went to Chargers.
To the Chargers. So we're giving him to Mike McDaniel, who had Aaron Brewer for the past years.
Also good player.
Yeah.
Also good player.
And a guy who was, and you can go look at Brandon Thorne's view of this. You can go look at a bunch of O-linemen who really study the game as well, and I can attest to this. Aaron Brewer was a weapon for Mike McDaniel.
Many other loved him.
He was a game plan guy.
Yeah.
And now we're just giving Jake Slaughter to the Chargers. I'm moved. Consider me moved.
Are you listen, the Chargers need offensive line help, so this is a win.
Yeah, they're just gonna have two of the best tackles in the league in an athletic center. And not for nothing, Mike McDaniel, who is perhaps the only offensive coordinator in the history of the world to be worth one win. He is +1 in the win total last year to this year, because that team has not really changed otherwise. So literally, if you looked at their win total last year, their win total, they won around, they performed about how we expected. So not a lot of change. They added Mike McDaniel, and they're like, yeah, that's going to be worth another win. He's like one of the most valuable coaches in the history of national football.
Yeah, no, you're right. The question is now who's gonna start for the Chargers? Like, obviously,
They'd be honest, right?
They have Biotish, they have Cole Strange, they have Jordan Penning. Like they have a bunch of guys that could play interior offensive line. Like I do wonder if they move Slaughter to guard for a year. All these sub 300, so it's maybe not the best, but I don't hate it. It wouldn't surprise me if they move him to guard for year one. Like this is just much better.
An interesting bias I've found in the last 2 days that I've found is I'm very biased pro interior offensive linemen. I think they're scary, and I think when you can utilize them in a fashion where they become a weapon, that they're just like very valuable. Now you can get them in free agency as the
I love that you, the linebacker, fear interior offensive linemen.
I do.
That makes, as a former offensive lineman, that makes me happy.
Hey man,
you should fear them. They are scary people. And there goes Bud Clark, final pick of the second round. Bud Clark going to the Seattle Seahawks. How do you feel?
This was a move I thought was coming, because when you really break down what Mike McDaniel was doing last year, was he was rotating edge rushers and he was rotating defensive backs. And they did it with corners last year more than they did it with safeties. But I think he would prefer to do it with safeties because of the strange blitz packages that he had. So last year, there were times in which you had just Ernest Jones on the field, and you had all of Joe, Reek, Spoon, Emin-Wari, and the two safeties, Love and Kobe Bryant out there. So we added Blood Clark. They probably needed another safety to begin with, but now we're going to continue this rotation. And it's going to be exciting. Tell me a little bit more about Bud Clark. Why do you like him?
So I think Bud Clark. I think first of all, I think he plays slot. Play safety. I think he's a good player. He's good range, like good range. He's also shown again production. Coverage production is so hit or miss when it comes to safeties because I think you mentioned it.
It's like a whole nother position.
On Zach Gelb, like they might only get 7 real targets in a game, but he's shown the ability to produce at a high level. So I think he is a good player. Do I think he's a game changer? No, not exactly, but I think he has a chance to be a good solid starter at the next level. So again, good pickup by Seattle. Seattle's doing a good job. No running back in the second round, right?
No running backs. You're correct. No, I don't think that's particularly surprising. Like, I think it was Jadarian Price, and then you start looking elsewhere, and you're like, I kind of like this guy. When we broke it down for the evaluation, there was not really a running back that I got super duper excited for, really, throughout the draft. And if you're talking supply and demand, which we discussed at length with Mike Mayock yesterday, there's not a high supply of running backs that I potentially love. The problem is you don't know which running backs we really love because it's hard to predict which running backs are actually good.
I will say
I like Demon Claiborne.
Yeah, I like Emmett Johnson.
Yeah,
I think he's really good. Also has very good hands. Mike Washington also very good. Good back. I agree that none of those guys are like game breakers, but I think there's some good backs. Just
yeah.
But it made sense. So I called Mike Mayock yesterday before the show started because the Jadarian Price thing came up kind of late to Seattle, where and this has happened before with teams picking 32nd.
Yeah.
Where the thought process might be like, hey, they might trade out. So let's mock the player that we think they're going to get in the second when they actually trade out. And they mock Jadarian Price. So I texted Mike and I was like, called Mike. I was like, yeah, how do you feel about this? That you're going to take Jadarian Price here? And we were like, yeah, well, we'll see. They ended up taking Jadarian Price, 32nd, to end the first round. Do you think Jadarian Price, which was above consensus, taking a 32? He was consensus 50 or something?
Yeah, he had trended towards the 40s. Yeah.
Do you think he would have made it back to see?
Do I think?
No. Which is what I figured. I figured they probably couldn't find a trade partner, and they just knew they wanted Price and they're not going to get him.
Yeah,
in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem is you want Price at what cost? And it's clear that some of we have seen some interior offensive line go, but it hasn't been as frequent as I thought it was going to be. And maybe they just didn't have a high opinion and didn't think that any of those guys were going to start for him. And they thought Jadarian Price was going to start for him.
Yeah. No, I think the consensus was there were two real starting running backs in this class, and it was the two kids from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And that was about it. And you were talking, keep bringing up Gelb, because I was running listening to this morning. You said how the rushing efficiency just wasn't that good last year, and Walker just made 3 or 4 just big plays.
I mean, that's literally the playbook for them.
Right. So if that's the case, you kind of need a back that you feel is maybe a little above rotational, at least a good back. And if you feel the only real other good back that's not named Jeremiah Love is Jadarian Price, and he's not going to make it back to you at 64, I totally get why you take my 32.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say too. Is that wide zone offense is supposed to be a success rate offense. And I learned this deeply from Mike McCagnon, who worked with Joe Gibbs with the Commanders for a long time, with Washington for a long time. Woo! Come on. I do want to finish this point, though, but we'll get to Carson Beck, quarterback Miami, selected, who, for what it's worth, I said he was going to be the third quarterback off the board. What I was going to say, because I want to give Mike his flowers, is Mike McCagnon worked with Shanahan and Kubiak and that whole Commanders crew for a long time. And he said what's funny is we think about wide zone in terms of explosives now because Christian McCaffrey is such an explosive player, and because when Arthur Smith had Derrick Henry, he was so explosive. But the real crux of why TD was so good, Terrell Davis was so good, was that he was big. He wasn't that fast. He could fall for 3-4 yards every single play. And we were just knew that we would never get behind the chains. At some point, Elway would make a play and we'd be really good. And so it's funny that the Seahawks are explosive maxing and not success rate maxing with their guys, because that's not really what the wide zone was initially supposed to be. And now we get to Carson Beck, who I disagreed on his play. And it's probably because of what I believe is key for an NFL quarterback who's a backup that you can throw in, as compared to a starting quarterback in this league, which I think Mike Mayock was thinking a little bit more. But I thought Carson Beck was the safest quarterback because he completes passes, unfortunately, sometimes to the other team, and he avoids sacks pre-snap. He's not an athlete, but he has a low sack rate and he does it pre-snap. I think that teams in the NFL don't value turning the ball over as much as teams in college do. I think that they understand that a deep ball that gets picked off is better or worse a punt. And I think Carson Beck's a guy who for 10 to 15 years can come in and complete passes for you in a way that a lot of backups can't right now.
I agree. And he has, just looking at Sumer traits, very good touch. And, if you've been watching along with the broadcast the last 2 days, you've seen the Sumer scout grades. Prior to this year, that kind of 6'8", impact level starter, it fell down to, I think, a 6'5", still a starter grade, still good. But I think this is a really good spot for him. Third round, not a ton of pressure, but also there is a chance you could challenge. You could hold out Jacoby Brissett in camp for the starting job. It's very possible. And just hitting on McCagnon real quick, Mike sent me the funniest text last night because he was watching along. as I'm sure people have watched, like we've had some technical problems here now. This is our first time in this building, in our new building. So yesterday the fire alarm went off, and Mike goes, "Hey, what's the strobe light?" This tech, I'm like, "That's a fire alarm. That's a fire." He goes, "Ah." So obviously it was great to have the Simpson, but what a guy. Broncos now take defensive tackle. Sam, any feeling on this one?
Yeah, so like Franklin Myers is there, and I've been really digging into this year of that the teams that are good in this league defensively have two good defensive tackles, and there's a style that Broncos like to play. Notably, this guy's 290. This is they want penetration. And so when you really break it down of what Minnesota's are trying to do, we're talking about the scheme diversity of the Texans where they don't do it. The Broncos are throwing everything under the sun at you, and you got to get ready for Hufanga to blitz out of the ether, like to drop from the sky, like a care package, and all of a sudden he's blitzing. And there were times in which he was basically like a defensive end for them at times. So you kind of are trying to reload the defensive acquisition, given you lost Franklin Myers. And you go get another guy from A&M. And it's like so funny what he's saying, because it was the case last year, and it's the case once again, where they just had like defensive lineman after defensive lineman after defensive lineman. This is like seemingly a pretty big reach, is it not? Though
it is. It's definitely a big reach. Let's just say what he can do. He's been taken already.
Yeah.
Good run defender. Very good gap integrity, and good lateral range, which we expect for a guy who's sub 300. But it's definitely a reach. Also, they still have he doesn't need to play a lot right now, right? Because they still have Zach Allen, DJ Jones, Roach, like their D line's like still very good. So we will we will see how it is. But yeah, it was 100% a reach. Carry Crawford now coming off the board out of Auburn, going to the Raiders. Sam, anything on Carry Crawford?
Yeah, we're starting to get a little interesting here, where the tight ends were the ones that were getting to us the time before. We are starting to get the real thought I have here is that Vegas spent so much money on their defense, and they're keeping Max Crosby for what it's worth. They spent like exceedingly premium money on their linebackers.
Yeah.
And they paid for 2 edge rushers, and they're going to pay for Max Crosby. So clearly they're committing to defensive football, and they're going to play the way that the Seahawks played last year. And I think that's going to be the approach, where they're going to be a defense-first team, and they're going to hand the ball off a lot. And I think this is just another move in that direction from Carry-On Crawford.
Yeah. What was Crawford's consensus?
89. So, like, it's within the pick 3 range of like 20 picks.
Yeah. Stooks, Crawford, continuing the picking above.
Yeah.
Consensus.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not gonna bang him. I'm not gonna bang on him about for
no, but like when you're a team that's picking first in the draft, you kind of want to get good value.
I mean, like, if it breaks down, they're going to have the most value if Mendoza starts 15 games.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. The Eagles pick is in. I almost want to skip it. It's going to be someone great.
You're frightened?
Of course, dude, I'm always frightened of Harry Roseman. That guy is the best general manager in the league. I'm not even really sure it's close.
Yeah, and like we talked about, like, how do we sell analytics if the teams who typically employ it are teams who are trying to get substantially better fast. And I mean, I think it's the case that, like, Howie Roseman has maintained his job over all the years, and they just, like, can win despite whoever the head coach is, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, just because of sheer talent on their team. And they maintained a high level of talent on their team throughout the years, and so it's just like, at some point, You just have to believe, like, trust the process, right? And to be fair, most of the techniques that we utilize have been utilized and proven out by the Eagles to a certain degree. And like most of the more analytical guys have come from the Eagles franchise as well.
Yeah. The thing about the Eagles, which is again just why I'm always so afraid of Howard Roseman, is like he rarely makes a bad move in this like recent part of his career. Like, I would say the post Jalen Reagor, Howard Roseman has made just like consistently good moves.
Well, and even that pick wasn't like a crazy move at the time, I'd say. It was just the wrong bet.
Like Justin was a consensus number 3. But still, like it's one of those things where like, so there used to be a receiver on the New York Giants named Steve Smith, not that Steve Smith, Steve Smith. And there was one season where like every time it was third down and like he just knew Steve Smith was going to catch the ball, it was going to be a first down. Like it just felt like that. When I see the Eagles make a pick or a trade, I'm like, it's going to be a good play. Like it's going to be a plus value move, and it's going to be good, and I'm going to hate it. And that's just kind of what I've gotten to at this point. They're in commercial break right now, so they're taking them. I'm going to tweet out the YouTube link for anyone. Also, if you're listening to us, you're here. But apparently the Twitter is not acting up right now, which I guess is the least surprising thing. But Sam,
I do want to make one note on K'Ron Crawford, transfer up guy or Iowa State, so Big 12 to Auburn. Excellent pressure rate last year, 20% high. David Bailey was at the top, Romello Height as well. Maybe he profited off of playing alongside Kendrick Falk, but like excellent pressure rate guy. So for what it's worth, the Raiders get a guy that is interesting. Now, this is a selection. So Markel Bell, who in the consensus, I believe, is like in the 90s. So this is like a very un-Eaglesy pick. But this is a guy who is legitimately massive.
6'9", 345 pounds.
And what's most interesting to me is they've played this Nick Sirianni ball of we're not going to turn the ball over. We're optimizing for not turning the ball over, et cetera, et cetera. And they had a solid play where they were going to use 12 personnel quite a bit, but the ball was going to go to Devontae and AJ, and they're going to play. Jalen Hurts is going to make certain throws, et cetera, et cetera. And they have a whole new crew coming in with no more Jeff Stoutland, notably. Like this would have been a scout guy where it's just like, this dude's massive and Stout's going to turn into a beast. This is a really interesting pick. Like this is not what I thought was what they were gonna do.
Me neither. This concerns me. Only because
what do they know that we don't?
This is huge.
Yeah.
What does Howie know? Like I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt here because we've just seen him do so well. But yeah, what do they know that we don't?
Well, and for all things considered, like Mannion's coming. If we're going to try to divine what Mannion's going to call, he's coming from a Shanahan / McVay based system. So in your mind, you're like, okay, Wiseman and duo. But then the Packers team ran a lot more weird. Like, I would always say on Sunday when they were a primetime team, it's like another day of getting to watch LaFleur run sick gap scheme runs. Is he going to play the Mekhi Becton? Is he going to bump into guard and just be massive? I don't know. Very interesting pick, and very as we're talking about Eagles, it's a very un-Eaglesy pick, I'd say.
Listen, I think they can definitely use an upgrade guard. So, like, why not? It's just 6'9" odd guard size. But
and that team ran a lot of like in tight inside zone last year.
Yeah. Sam Roush? Yeah. Going here to Chicago.
Another 100+ tight end going.
6'6".
What are we missing?
270.
Yeah, like what is wrong about our tight end evaluation process that the analysts undertake?
The question is Is the trend going to be heavy personnel?
This team already runs a
No,
ton.
I know.
Now, here's what I'll note, and this is a nugget from Mike Mayock as well, and you can see it in the data, was that Declan Doyle basically took Durham Smythe with him last year.
Right.
And Smythe played a lot, and he was like the blocking guy as compared to Loveland and Komet, who were like the passing guys. Now, Loveland and Komet still block their tails off, to be clear. But I mean, this is it's just like, yeah, the trend is heavy personnel for sure. It's just interesting because they were already like doing that, you know.
But again, like if you want to run for personnel,
You got to have a lot of tight ends.
Yeah, tight ends. I guess the question to you, Sam, is it
to be clear? This dude did have a good year catching the ball last year, 500 plus yards.
Yeah, and he has 7 hands grades.
Yeah,
he was good. The question is, Sam, is it easier to find a second tight end as to find a third receiver?
Is it easier to find a second tight end than it is to find a third receiver? This is an excellent question that I have not considered. I'd say no. I'd say no because if that were the case, it wouldn't be the same 3 to 4 tight ends every year that we care deeply about.
No, but listen, that's a different breed of tight end I'm talking about. Like I'm saying, like,
is it easier to find a second blocking tight end?
No, it's a second tight end in general. Is it easier to find?
How many teams have two tight ends that they trust?
Well, they're obviously trying right now to find a
That's a good point.
Also, like, and how many teams have third receivers they trust? Not a lot.
Here's what I'll say though, is that I would rather have 3 receiving threats than an extra blocker, an extra run blocker.
Right, but what if your third receiving threats are tight ends? If it's just your,
I don't think those exist.
Receiving threat tight ends?
No, I don't think like down market receiving threat tight ends exist. I mean, like Aronde Gadsden's like one I can kind of think of.
I'm just saying, I think from this perspective, from looking at how the league is trending at the moment, it seems to me that the league believes you can find better value in a tight end too than a receiver.
You are making good points here because think of who now has these 200 plus consensus big board tight ends: Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen.
Yeah.
And so if the belief is we're going to throw these big, gigantic dudes out here, which like Rush is 6'6", like he's gigantic, and people are going to throw on linebackers, and congratulations,
they're going to have
shred them in the pass game.
Yeah.
Then more power to you. I don't know. You start getting to the middle rounds and the reaches start getting kind of minimal. Like we're deep in the 70s now. Like people aren't. I wish people went
deep into the 70s.
I wish people went 100 deep when it comes to like the film that in the media, but like, and it's nice for us because we have the data on everyone, and that's the way that we approach it. We approach it in a different way. But when it comes down to it, like now, the reaches are getting a little bit more forgivable. We missed Romello Height, who's going to the 49ers.
Yes, we did. You want to break it down?
Yeah. So Romello Height is another member of this Texas Tech defensive line who has insane numbers, like amongst one of the highest pressure rates alongside David Bailey. The problem is like Height didn't really do that at USC to a certain degree. Like he was a very productive player. That's why he was a highly paid player to go to Texas Tech. But there was also a reason he was like on the transfer market and wasn't in the NFL, you know?
Right.
And you know, there's some off-field concerns with him that have been publicized more generally, and perhaps that's why he falls. But if you're looking to get pressure, he's the guy for you. I mean, like one of the better pressure rates in the nation this year.
Yeah, good pass, good speed rush, very good stunt. Production was off the charts.
Well, and that's why like I'm gonna like closely figure out how. Like we need to track this Texas Tech defensive line because what they say it's the best defensive line Ole can buy was like the joke, and like we saw Romello Heights' pressure rate go from 12%, which is good, to 20%, which is like, okay, you're one of the best pass rushers of all time in terms of getting pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned that stunt grade. It was good for all those guys. Like, is it just that they could just force one-on-ones because they spent a lot of money and they dominated? And moreover, they weren't dominating like schlubs. Like, they played like Wildcats against Utah, which had 3 NFL linemen, 2 first-round tackles.
Yeah. It was good. Although, I'm going to say that I don't think the Big 12 is a power.
I mean, you can say that, but like the league clearly disagrees. But here, another spot as NFL Network.
But does it though? No, the league totally disagrees.
I mean, a lot of Big 12 players getting drafted is all.
Yeah, but like when you look at the Big 12 players that are currently in the league, though, it's pretty low for a power conference.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say. We've seen Jermon McCoy just like fall out of the ether. And this, like, I mean, he was consensus big board 14. A lot of guys got eyes on this dude. A lot of folks got eyes on this dude.
Yeah.
We're getting into the Shaphon Ravel. I mean, we're not quite. I think we're past the Will Johnson territory. And Will Johnson played a lot of games this year and played pretty well.
This could be a good spot for him, honestly, to Washington. They need help at corner.
I agree.
Like, it's Amos in Witherspoon?
Yeah.
Central right now is their corners. Like,
and wasn't there injury stuff Travis last year as well?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think you are correct.
I think that was like mid-draft season.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
But yeah, I mean, like, this is a team that just badly needs corners and has needed them for a long time and has tried to address it in multiple different ways, whether it was Mikey Sanderstill, whether it was trading for Marshawn Lattimore in a move that really, really kind of hurt that team. Unfortunately, I love Marshawn Lattimore, Saints Ledge, but we'll see how this pick goes. We're now solidly in the third round, Stopsky.
Yeah, we are.
So,
although there's still 29 more picks. So.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like these picks you're going to need a degree of luck, or you're going to have to need to know something that other people don't.
No, I'm with
whether that's analytics, working to your edge, whether you really believe in your scouting staff and their process. These are the picks where you get Michael Thomas. Michael Thomas has a 2,000-yard receiving year. And these are the picks where you luck into some of the other great third-round picks, third-round pick. Amon-Ra St. Brown. And all of a sudden, he's a multi-time All-Pro, and that changes the face of your team. So these are the picks that really matter, but unfortunately, comes with a wide distribution.
Yeah, they're still making the pick, which is kind of nuts.
Yeah,
which I'm about to reach down and try to grab out the drink out of my seat, which is going to take me a solid 3 minutes with my short ass arms. But I'll wait until this pick is made. I don't want to miss it. Yeah, this is I almost want to tip the pick.
You do?
I might. We'll see. I know who it is, though. I now know who it is, but it's a good pick, by the way. Well, at least I think it's a good pick. I wish I knew what was being said right now.
Our ad sales are getting pushed back. The almighty time.
There it is, Antonio Williams,
wide receiver.
Clemson. This is a great pick. I like him a lot. I think this is
man, this Clemson team was a tragedy this year. Man.
I know.
It's really sad.
I know, but Antonio Williams is a good player.
Yeah, and like we watched Cade Klubnik it's like Cade might not even get drafted, dude.
I don't think he will. I think that's a very good chance he doesn't. But Williams is quite good, man. He's a 7 in contested catch ability, man. Like, he's good hands. He also adds punt return. There's a lot of punt returners in this class for wide receivers. A lot of punt. Even the secondary, like Caleb Downs is a punt returner. Like, there's a lot of like good routine guys in this class. But Antonio Williams, I think, is quite a good player. Tough kid, man, but really good with contested catches. So I thought he was somebody I had my eye on as like something that could be a good mid-round guy that could probably step in and like be productive.
Yep.
In day 2, and him going to Washington makes a lot of sense.
It's
a good job at Washington.
And here's a scheme note for you as well. David Blau, we don't know what he's going to do, but we know he worked under Ben Johnson. And we know he worked under Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
Both of those guys have run fairly screen-heavy offenses. This is a guy who was able to maintain 2.3 yards per route run on a 22% route share screens. So this could be an indication, talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown, of what that team is going to try to do. They're going to try to get the ball out of Jaden Daniels' hands and protect him on and use the screen game as an extension of the run game. And like you said, a pretty interesting pick that I think we can potentially get behind.
And listen, they need more receiver help. Like it was McLaurin and Jefferson. That was about it for receiver. So this is and Demi Brown.
Yeah, and he gets drafted literally consensus like drop the pin 71.
Yeah, it was a great job. Takario Davis here going to the Bengals, corner out of Washington. The corner was a need coming into this for Cincinnati.
I mean, like everything on defense, technically, it was a need for Cincy.
But not anymore. D line's fine. BJ Hill. Also, I love that they recreated the New York Giants line of BJ Hill and Dexter Lawrence.
This is a good point. This is an excellent point that I hadn't even considered until right now.
Just need to trade for Leonard Williams. We'll have the whole thing back.
But wow, I didn't even think about that, Stopsky.
Yeah, well, you're welcome.
Good yards per coverage snap guy. About a little over half a yard.
Let me pull up Takario Davis. Move this thing over here in a second. Takario, tall kid, man, almost 6'4".
Not really highly targeted either.
I mean, when you're 6'4".
And it's always interesting with those 6'4" corners because we're talking about linear athletes. Like this was always the thing that I thought of as someone who is 6'4", and I'm just kind of like waxing poetic as an ex-player.
Nice little subtle brag right there.
No, but it's like it's tough. It is tough. Like there's a reason why when you get to the 6'4" guys, those guys play tight end. It's because it's just like tough to make a move.
And there's okay. Talk about Oscar Delp. I want to hear this.
Yeah. So Oscar Delp is like kind of a freak athlete. And this was the question with the 8th pick. And there was like a bit of smoke coming out because Kellen Moore played a lot of 12 personnel with the Eagles. And they were able to be scheme diverse last year with Foster Moreau and Juwan Johnson, who basically became like a wide receiver 2. But I don't think they got to do it at the rate that they really wanted to do it. And I think they add in an extremely high ceiling guy in Oscar Delp, a guy that frankly, I thought was going to go a little higher. And when you really break it down, like this is a move here, adding a guy who like it wasn't necessarily like 7% target share. You'd like to see it higher, 1.4 yards per route run, but a very good air yard share. Like this is a bet on someone who can provide you value on crossing routes. This is a bet on a guy who is a really, really good athlete. And this is them trying to move to a more scheme and personnel diverse offense, adding in Jordan Tyson, who can be moved all around the field, having Chris Olave, who can be moved all around the field, and taking Oscar Delp, who really I think is going to be a good player for them and do a lot of things that Kellen Moore wants to do and has done in the past. The interesting thing about Kellen Moore is like, there's an element in which you're like, was Kellen Moore right this entire time? Like goes from the Cowboys to the Chargers to the Eagles to the Saints. First year, they all of a sudden develop an all-pro wide receiver, a guy who was good, but was never an all-pro. The quarterback suddenly starts playing well. You start to see some running backs when Kamara got hurt, start performing well. It develops 2 tackles extremely well. McCoy goes down and the offensive line was porous, but not great. But they developed as the year went on. And now it's just adding tools to the quiver of an offense that I think is on the other end of the hump, given their cap space issues. Notre Dame guy, Malachi Fields, Senior Bowl standout. What are your thoughts on the Giants pick, Stopsky?
He's a great contested catch, a big body receiver, which is phenomenal because there was a time where I was standing on the sideline last year, and I was like, "Am I taller than all of our receivers?" Which is not good because I'm not tall. I'm not 6'4". So to have a guy that's 6'4" and a half, 218 pounds, which it's those guys don't translate super well as like receiver ones, but like to go along with Malik Neighbors, I think this is great. He has he makes some highlight plays.
Mhm.
This kid. So
He made a big highlight play at the Senior Bowl, which we all saw.
yeah, I think I actually might record it. But I'm very much a fan of this. He had some very good late down production last year, and I think this adds a different flavor of receiver to the New York Giants, which I think they between Malik Neighbors and Calvin Austin and Darnell Mooney, like now you have a big body guy, like which I think is needed.
We talked about this, and I think this is big with young pass rushers, excuse me, young passers, Jackson Dart in particular, and we're coming out of Kellen Moore, and this was kind of Kellen Moore's goal with the Steelers, where it was like we're gonna have Devontae in the middle section of the field, AJ deep, and we're gonna have Goddard and to a certain degree Saquon and Calcaterra as our guys who are going to operate in the low part of the field, and they also added Jahan Dotson to be kind of a go ball, seam ball guy. And that developed Jalen Hurts, and they kind of took the same approach this year in Saints land with Juwan Johnson being kind of the short and intermediate guy, and Olave kind of sharing the intermediate and going deep as well. You add in Malachi Fields, who's kind of a go-and-get-him guy. Neighbors is just kind of a maven, was able to command 30-plus % target share his rookie year, probably was set up to do so last year. The question I have for them is, are they just going to run a 10 or 12 personnel? Like, do they have a jump ball guy now and they have Neighbors as like the go do everything? You're going to have 32% target share, and we're going to be a rush rate over expected team like the Baltimore Ravens have been in the past. Is that what you're expecting here?
I don't know what I'm expecting because Matt Nagy is a defensive coordinator who's a traditional 11 guy
and a traditional pass rate over expected guy.
So like I don't
or at least Andy Reid is.
Yeah, so I don't entirely know what they're going to do because it seems like the marriage of different philosophies. So I don't know. The investment in Isaiah Likely makes you believe they want to go more heavy personnel because they wouldn't have just brought on Likely for that kind of money.
Yeah, and the old administration. Oh, well, I say the old administration. Shane's still there. Like Theo Johnson, I thought we'd like Theo Johnson this year as well.
Yeah, I think he got 8 or 7 SūmerSports for us, like a good SūmerSport. He definitely at least an impact starter, and he was a good player last year. So I think they have the personnel to run both 11 and 12 fine. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see which philosophy wins out, or if you can actually marry those two philosophies, which I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like we're talking about a team that this was solidly. I mean, in past years, Harbaugh, particularly with Lamar Jackson, ran now more so with Derrick Henry in recent years, but they solidly ran the ball more than they passed it in toss-up downs. And the Andy Reid acolytes, or Andy Reid in general, his goal was almost exclusively to pass on neutral downs.
Yes.
At all times. Even now, the screen game also was a piece of that, but
just crack one
open. Is that
open.
going to be median? I don't know.
We will find out soon. Dolphins on the clock. Pick 75.
We're rocking and rolling.
We are rocking and rolling. I just cracked Milani so I could stay up. By the way, this was this was like my like drug of choice in the Super Bowl. was Kate from the New Michael Show just like smuggling
folks in the comments, energy drink or coffee, because I was the flat whites at the Bluestone Lane tent.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Oh, man, those were good.
I just had time to wait for the tent.
Yeah. So
Jenny's dunker, so I thought on the board still, and Lindsay loves Jennings dunker.
No, and he was very good in our metrics, and I really liked what I saw from him at the Senior Bowl too.
He's strong. He's mean. He's a mean. Like not that's a bad person. Like he's a mean blocker. Like that's who you want.
I do wonder, like, the flaming red hair, the tats. I do wonder if like the old school O-line guys are like, O-linemen are supposed to be felt, not seen. It's like what?
I cannot imagine the line coach not loving him.
You think so?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Come on.
You gotta love it.
As a former O-line.
Okay, so this is a really interesting selection. As stated, I watched a lot of Big 12 ball this year. Particularly, I watched a lot of Utah because I thought they were just a fascinating team.
Mm-hmm.
I watched a lot of Texas Tech. And Caleb Douglas, in no short form, won games for Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Like fully took over and won games by himself to a certain degree on that offense. And it's funny with some of these guys because you're like, why are they third round picks versus why are they first round picks? And a kind of different build from this guy, but this is very much a Packersy type wideout, where like they had Wicks and they had Dobbs and they were built a little different than the wide receivers you typically see. Like they weren't really going get them guys, they weren't small and fast guys. They just had an ability to run routes and get open and like drops, question marks, etc. They may pop up at any given point in time, but like pure eyeball, I'm like not bringing any data to this space. I just watched a lot of Caleb Douglas. It's like that guy won the Utah game. Like he won several games for them.
Yeah, my concern with him is that he doesn't have the best separation ability.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And which is that's concerning always, but in a receiving core that doesn't really have a wide receiver one, that's even more concerning to me. So I am concerned about like how he's going to play on that team. I agree. I think he can be a solid player, and he did win some games for Tech. It's just the separation ability is something that always like raises a gigantic red flag for me if you can't separate.
Yeah, and interestingly, I'm just like double checking with the scouting reports, just like pick up on if anything catches my eye. And inconsistent hands.
That's not great.
Was something that the scout said, which the Green Bay Packers have been known to struggle with that in the past. That crew goes down to Miami, and all of a sudden, real fast guy, 4.39.
Yes,
super excellent in any of the other athletic drills.
I also concerned with the fact that he's so fast and the separation ability is not that high.
Yeah, he doesn't have a great 10-yard split, so he's a top end guy.
Oh, quarterback.
Drew Aller. Whoa. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Here's my problem with Drew Aller.
Tell me.
Look,
preach.
The defining moment in my opinion of Drew Aller's career. Watched a lot of Drew Aller because Penn State was very good basically until last year, and he started a ton of games. And frankly, they weren't all that good, probably because he wasn't playing. There was a scenario in the Notre Dame Penn State playoff game where Penn State was probably a better team than Notre Dame that year. Now, Notre Dame had some dogs, particularly the best defensive backfield that was a little banged up. And the whole game, Greg McElroy was saying, you have the safety in Drew Aller. Drew Aller doesn't turn the ball over a lot. And it just felt like an NFL, like basically a starting NFL defensive backfield. If you looked at the guys who were in that defensive backfield, was just taking advantage of him, and they just didn't. They couldn't get him yet. Like they were taking advantage. They were batting down passes. They were getting the passing lanes, but it just wasn't clicking. Notre Dame's offense, which had struggled during the year, was struggling to get it moving. And it was like at some point something is going to happen here. And so Greg McElroy says, "What are you going to do here? Like 4-minute drill. We got to win the game. You got to put it in Drew Aller's hands. He doesn't turn the ball over." And I was just like, well, if you like, I've watched this game pretty closely. I care deeply about this game. It feels like he has almost turned it over a lot in this game. Sure enough, he just kind of like gets hit, slotted throw way up in the middle where it didn't need to be. And sure enough, the defensive backfield finally got him. And it felt like that was like the career of Drew Aller, where it was like, okay, we're playing Michigan 2 years ago, the championship Michigan team. And it's your time, Drew Aller, to go be great. And it just like never would come together. It was never consistent, never came together. I mean, like, look, 61 pass touchdowns, 13 interceptions in the career. Like, you go look at his metrics on the SūmerSports draft guide, like none of them are great. But he's a big body and probably has a lot of potential. It's just like, who's going to get that potential out of him? I will note, it could very well be Mike McCarthy. We've seen Mike McCarthy get the most out of a lot of guys. And we've seen Mike McCarthy put together a team that was like somewhat functional with Cooper Rush as the quarterback.
Yeah. No, the thing about But I don't think he beats out Rudolph.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
What about Will Howard? I mean, they have Will Howard too, who I probably like Will Howard more than I like.
I mean, I don't think
Prospect
I don't think-
profile, I would take Will Howard over Allen, in my opinion.
Yeah, me too.
Glad we agree.
Yeah. Sorry. No, I was underwhelmed by Drew. I thought his best ability was his scramble ability, and I think that's about it.
Look, I will say though, like, take the quarterback. You need one. It's not going to kill you. I applaud them for this.
The question is, like, do we know if Rodgers is coming back?
And here's one other element that I'll note. Blue, like, extremely high pressure to scramble rate, strangely.
Yeah. Because his best talent was the ability to scramble. In my
Yeah.
opinion.
It's just a weird prospect profile, man. Interesting guy.
Plus
all around.
injuries, which is not great.
I got to give it up. I love watching Missouri. I've done it for 3 years now because I love Bird.
Okay.
Missouri is a team in the SEC, man. Like, they are a tank. They're hard to deal with consistently.
Yeah, they are good.
And no one gives them credit.
Well, it's
I want to give Chris McClellan just got drafted defensive tackle.
Yeah.
To Green Bay. This was a position of need, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Big time. Where the two things that they struggled to do last year was both on the interior. They had inconsistencies across the interior offensive line, and the defensive tackles really couldn't get going, particularly after Parsons got hurt.
Yeah.
And so we're just adding another member of this defensive line from Missouri. It's like a factory now, where they're just cranking out NFL guys. We haven't seen like an excellent Missouri defensive lineman yet, but you got to give it up to Missouri, man. Drinkowitz has the sauce for sure.
Yeah. Then
We're getting into some college football talk. I apologize.
no, I love this. It's Missouri. Actually, I kind of want to know where they rank right now. But like that is, it's hard to get love when you're in the same conference as Georgia and Bama and Florida and Tennessee and Ole Miss. And like, you just have these factories pump you out NFL talent. But Missouri has done a very good job of bringing in NFL talent. Actually, I do wonder. I want to see how, like, by college where Missouri ranks, because this is something I always look at going into the draft. Like, where are these players that are currently in the league? Not because I don't really care so much about players, like how many players are drafted or how many players are in the first round, because like that doesn't, like, if you pick in the first round, you're going out. Like, I don't really care. I don't know how many guys are like taking snaps in the league. And Missouri is tied for 36 right now overall, like with 25 guys in the league according to PFR, which is tied with Michigan State and Minnesota and California, like middle tier, like meat of the conference type teams. And I think that's, you're right. Like, they're doing good work. The reason why we're talking college, why I don't view the Big 12 as a power conference in terms of like sending players to the league, not in terms of like how good they are in college. TCU, which is the number one team in the Big 12, and sending players to the league, is tied for 26. That's the best team in the Big 12, which is a problem.
How are there not more Utah guys?
Utah is tied for 30th. So like that's the loss of Oklahoma and Texas to me made the Big 12 a mid-tier conference for this, because Oklahoma and Texas were like top 10, but then you had a really good group of guys that were like in the 30s and like the 40s and 50s, like Oklahoma State and TCU and Utah, which made it really a conference. But losing Texas and Oklahoma is just rough for the Big 12, in my opinion. I think they'd also agree losing Texas and Oklahoma is just rough in here. Is just rough in general. But that's why I don't view, like, when we were looking at David Bailey, and even though he played against Caleb Lomu, Spencer Fano, I thought the competition played at Stanford was probably harder on a team by team basis, based on the number of players that are going to the league.
I'm going to disagree with that, but
please,
we'll agree to disagree. We'll agree to disagree. Colts back up. Colts are in such an interesting situation, don't you think?
I've never agreed to disagree with you once.
No, that's fair. Colts are in an interesting position here because, like, who's playing quarterback for them next year? Riley Leonard? Look, I love Riley Leonard. I'd love to see him run 25 design rushes a game.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Is Pat McAfee going to pick? See, we should have talked more about the Big 12. This is going to take another 20 minutes.
I prefer not to.
I love pissing me off about that. It's like my favorite thing to do. 'Cause you just get so angry.
Well, it's just like I think the biggest thing is like, is he challenging something? And the biggest thing is like, and you notice this in Texas, where it's like that talent just gets split up, in a way that like even in California it doesn't even necessarily get. In California, I guess it gets split up between like maybe Arizona State and Oregon, but like the reason why you can say it's a mid-tier team is not because there's a lot of talent, it's just because there's high level talent on every team, and that's the big tool. It's even how BYU and Utah are to a certain degree, where you're like splitting the high level talent in Utah up between two teams, and like the dirty little secret about the SEC and the Big Ten is like that doesn't happen. Like all the best players around Louisiana and even from Houston to a certain degree go to LSU, which time and time again. Here we go.
Yeah,
AJ Halsey, 78.
Yeah, I will say we'll turn to this later because I have disagree with you. But AJ Halsey, I think, is my favorite for safety in this class. I like him a lot. He is just a playmaker.
And you say he's a free safety, like he did a lot.
Yeah, but he made his best plays when he was covering center field. Like his best plays, like he is a ball hawk. Now, listen, he can cover underneath. I've seen him do it. But like his stuff at free safety, which sounds like I'm just kind of like playing free safety is one of the hardest things I've seen in college. Like it's hard to find center field free safeties. And AJ Halsey can absolutely do it.
I 100% agree. Like when he was on, you noticed AJ Halsey on that LSU defense, which was good.
Mm-hmm.
They were good this year. And he drops like 20 picks here. Like people expect him to go in the 50s. So I'm interested if there's something that we don't really know.
It's be a safety thing.
Maybe. But like we're talking about turnovers. Like with safeties, turnovers is more of an element about being around the ball, which is like why I'm not gonna like, of course, like catching it, doing all the stuff is like something more. But he was just a guy who was consistently around the ball. I brought that DeMarini back to work and was delivering hits, and he did it at Houston, and he did it at LSU. And like if he plays well, you have Javarius Ward.
Yeah.
You have Sauce Gardner. And to be clear, before the freak incident with Javarius Ward was playing at an extremely high level. And you are now adding in AJ Halsey in the third round. And like that's why I say these are the picks that make kind of championships. Because it's a non-premium position. You're picking them up in the third round. But if that guy can play at a high level for cheap, all of a sudden we're talking about like one of the better defenses in the league. And so
right. Also, I do wonder if like the slide of more and also like you're just pushing all the positions.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
Zachariah Brent, I did like he was a JIT award winner in 2023, which is the best returner. He is a just elite after the catch. He's very, very.
He's an extremely unique prospect.
Yeah,
profile.
he is very interesting. He's not big, like he's 5'8.5", whatever, 177 pounds. But he, with the ball in his hands, is really good.
He's kind of like Jaden Reed to a certain degree. Would you agree with this?
Yeah, I think that's a good comp.
Where it's like in any given game, Jaden Reed can go cuckoo bananas.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, why is he not having an impact on this game? Really, like one of the most fascinating prospect profiles that I've seen, where he goes from USC, where he was that kind of let's get the ball in his hands guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's not going to be the focal point on the offense. Then he goes to Georgia, and all of a sudden maintains 23% target share for the year at 2.5 yards per route run at a diet of screens that was like 40 or 50%.
Yeah.
So it was like really like, no, he's going to be our offense.
Yeah,
it worked.
Yeah, it did.
And so, like, obviously, you're not going to be able to sustain that to a certain degree. And you're going into an offense with Kevin Stefanski, where like traditionally that was a wide zone offense. And so it's just like really interesting. Also, you're talking about a speed, like because he was a screen guy, it maybe nailed some of the tracking metrics. But like there were times when we saw him at top end. So is he just like an acceleration guy, quick separation, and then all he has to run is 30 yards, and he's already at high speed? Just a really, really confusing prospect profile all the way around, but productive.
Very productive.
And you can't be upset about that.
No, I think he is a different kind of receiver than they currently have in Atlanta, and I think that's just when you're at this point of the draft, like you just try to look at the players.
And here's what I'll say before we move on to this pick, which I think is another absolutely fascinating pick.
Yeah.
They now have a 3-level attack too. You have Pitts, London, and now you have Zach Branch as well. And so, and obviously Bijan, who has maintained 20% target share in past years. So you have options out there for whoever, Tua, I guess, if Tua is going to play quarterback. Also, Tua, not for nothing, one of the best players still getting the ball out quickly. Who gets the ball quickly? Our friend Zach Branch.
Yeah. This is I think an interesting pick. And then Jacoby Lane going to Baltimore. He was interesting because he's a big dude.
Large.
But did really well on vertical routes. Like, is that something you can do at the next level?
I mean, like we're showing what like people thought that they could get up in Jacoby Lane. Like that was the shtick the entire time. They're like, we're gonna like 38.3%, top 50% of routes ran pressed. Struggled mightily at the Senior Bowl at getting off press.
Yeah.
And so what this is gonna be is a run and jump guy.
Right.
And so we're going to get this dude out on the outside. We're going to get Lamar to put it up for him. And we expect that he's going to go up and get it. Here's why I think that's okay. Because Zay Flowers is one of the best wide receivers in this league. He's proven that time and time again. Apparently, I don't think they're going to extend him, which is shocking. Maybe they will. I don't know. Zay Flowers, like analytics geeks love, scout guys don't. He's just open all the time, and then he produces after the catch. So, I prefer to have Zay Flowers on my team. So I
like guys who get up.
No, say it again.
I like guys who get up.
Yeah. So when you have Zay Flowers kind of like as your lead dog, I think who's not per se a red zone threat, I think it's okay to have a red zone threat. In the past, this has been the tight ends, in particular Mark Andrews, who had like a double-digit random touchdown years in his career. I think if they're not going to go as much 12 personnel, even though they do have Declan Doyle, which adds questions to that selection as well.
Right.
Which adds questions. Everyone with bated breath. The Jacksonville Jaguars are going to select.
Could be Mary Houston.
I'm kind of hammering him. He did a really good job with that team. And they made a correct on Travon Walker.
They just make
interesting decisions as they have done yet again.
Yeah. How do you pronounce his last name? I'm going to
Regis.
There it is. He's tiny tackle, man. He's like 6'1.5", 295 pounds.
165 consensus big board. Again, like I've said, like we're getting into the point where it doesn't matter, but like this is another
that's a little bit
nearly 100 point reach. 100. So like here's I guess what we're learning about the Jacksonville Jaguars.
He's a fuck. He's do what he wants.
He's gonna draft like the 49ers. They're going to go by their board. They're going to trust the board. They're going to trust the scouts.
Yeah.
And not for nothing, they have a good analytics group run by a friend of me personally because he owns AEW, Tony Khan, who like, I don't know how involved he is, but they did bring a lot of systems and the folks over from the Rams as well.
Yeah.
So analytics is being involved in these decisions. So there's something that's sticking out about these guys.
Yeah.
They are going to go by their board and they're not going to care what anyone thinks. Like this guy probably would have been available 2 rounds from me.
Probably. No, but I get this. Like, I am just now. At least we now know how he drafts. We have 2 years of this draft of level draft.
I'm saying we have our guys. We're going to get them. We have our targets. Like Max said.
We do not care who the consensus is. We do not care what the analytics say. This is our guy. You're taking our guy. We don't care what the what the even like the
The
concept.
analytical process to be
Yes,
direct, because
yes,
we
yes.
don't know what they
Their
may
analytics.
have some sick tracking model that no one knows about, that Salcon invested in a ton, and they're getting data in on these guys that we may not know.
Can he cut a promo?
Can you cut a promo?
Can he take a bump?
Great question.
That's-
Honestly, body too. Friend of the show, Tori Ewan,
Tori
kind of
Ewan.
the same body size. 6 foot 290.
Shame he didn't come out now. You'd have maybe been a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Yeah, I mean his metrics are fairly good too. So it's like,
It's just like, again, his best quality is that he's his lateral range, but like that's not
it's playing gap to gap.
Yeah,
Basically.
that's not saying a lot when you're 290 pounds. When Lee Hunter plays gap to gap at 320, you're like, wow, that's impressive. Like this is a much smaller guy. Like you would think his lateral range would be a bit better. Or playing gap to gap be a bit better. So again, but this is what they wanted. This is their guy. Who's up next? It is the Vikings. Let's revisit the Vikings real quick. The Vikings so far have picked through today
Caleb Banks.
Caleb Banks and Jake Galladay, attacking the defense.
Who was the other guy? I'm sorry.
Jake Galladay.
Galladay, linebacker. Yeah. Multiple usage linebacker too. I really like talking with EJ Snyder, friend of the show. Like podcast. Go check him
He's
out.
on live right now.
Yeah. He really tipped me off to Jake Galladay, and he's a multiple player. And I think Beeflo runs such an interesting defense that has an outsized importance.
Yeah.
As we sell some ads on here, I'm going to turn it over to Stopsky to go get some power from my computer.
Oh yeah.
I will set you up.
There's a plug back there.
I will set you up with an excellent question, which
Okay.
is
Let me preach.
we're going to be sitting here tomorrow, and I think it's going to be a much more like review of the draft, because there's going to be guys who come off the board that people don't expect. There's going to be people that people don't like. We have a deep knowledge. We have a ton of data available to us. So like, it's going to get to the point where it's like, oh, they're reaching on this guy. No, they're not. Just no one's the consensus doesn't cover them. Oh, like this guy fell. Like, okay, he probably fell because he has some crazy injury history that none of us know. Who is your guy in the late rounds that you just get super jazzed about?
Oh, that is a good question, Sam. That's a good question. Well, can I say Jermod McCoy because he might be a day 4 guy or day 3 guy? Like, this is ridiculous. We're at pick 82, and it's just like hasn't happened yet, man. Like, that's a great question. Kyle Lewis also love Kyle Lewis. We'll see where he goes. There's a bunch of running backs still, man. Like I like Washington. I think he would be really good. Emmett Johnson, Dominic Orange to the board here from Iowa State. Iowa State's a good, producer of talent as well. But Dominic Orange, I mean, I like him a lot. I thought his analytics were really good.
They call him Big Citrus.
Like citrus. Well, that makes sense considering that he his pass rush speed was really good for a guy who's 320 pounds. Like I think this is a guy that I think was probably slept on a bit, and in a year where you couldn't really pick out the rusty tackle, I thought he was kind of slept on. And I thought he could have maybe been in that conversation. I would have put him as a rusty tackle, but I think I would have entertained at least a conversation. So I think it's a great pick here for pick 82.
I mean, it's clear that there is. It's just interesting to me that they're rebuilding their defense through the spine. Like, clearly they thought that was a major problem for them last year. Like,
let's take a look at their defense.
Jalen Redmond and Levi Drake Rodriguez were pretty good. Like, I'm going to be really interested to talk to Matthew Collar about this, hopefully soon.
You know what? I'm just gonna text Matt right now.
Yeah, because like they're spending 2 picks on 2 guys who are over 320 pounds.
I love Matt Collar, by the way.
And we all do. And like an old school journalist with a new school understanding of media, like, and that's why you get the great insights from him. So I'm going to be super excited to see if he texts us back.
He might be.
He's almost certainly working, but like, it's just interesting from that defense when that wasn't the problem in my opinion. But like, you draft the guys on your board.
Chris Brazel, from Tennessee.
Tulane ledge.
Two-lane ledge. So I'll let you talk about your two-lane ledge real quick.
Yeah. Okay. So like the MO on Brazel was young guy when he was at Tulane. He's on a team that had a veteran quarterback that was an NFL guy who ends up struggling with injury in the NFL and hopefully he can make a practice squad or make a camp because I think he's a dog, Michael Pratt, on a team with just a lot of NFL talent. And basically that team, which ended up losing the conference championship, had like there was a 2-year period in which no one could guard the wide receivers at Tulane. We got on NIL early, just like kind of some of these other schools, Iowa State, a lot of good defensive tackles, Texas Tech. We just decided we were paying any guy who wanted to come down who could potentially contribute and come up. Brazel was just like a Fritz guy. Like he just like was recruited. There's the Fritzes notoriously like the guy gets a star when they get added and they get offered by LSU and immediately upon being offered by Houston, now Tulane as well. And what he added, which we had never really had before since Darnell Mooney, was we could throw it up to him on the perimeter. As a result, he moves on to Tennessee where he lined up on the tick marks on the sideline.
Yeah.
And they threw it up to him on the and he turns into a true NFL guy in an offense that is designed to get the ball to players like that. And I think the reason why we're discussing him as a player like this is because, is because stuff not on the field and because it's really difficult to do that in the NFL level. There's only a couple of guys. There's like a potential, like a ceiling for him, I think, could be a guy like Andre Hopkins, where it's like, throw it up to him and he'll go get it. But the floor of a guy like this is a guy who can't really separate and isn't going to get you into the middle of the field.
Yeah. Yeah. I honestly, Brazel was a productive player, 13 All-American last year. None of his traits really stood up. Again, we know that he went later for different reasons. But like, what do you think his ceiling really is? Just player-wise.
I mean, like, let's consider how they're going to use him. So the Panthers last year were a run-heavy team. And we know that Tet is their guy and that Tet can produce kind of all over the field. And honestly, a similar story about Tet that there was with Chris Brazel, except we saw Tet maintain 35% target share at Arizona and just no one could stop him ever for 3 years. Chris Brazel, 21% target share. And so you're going to have Coker probably operating out the slot and out the Z. You're going to move Brazel around and you're going to hope that it's a struggle for a quarterback who's small to throw over the middle. And so you're going to allow David Sanders to operate kind of in the short term intermediate regions. And you're going to have at all times two guys the ball can be thrown up in a one-on-one situation too. And not for nothing, he was also pretty good at attacking the post as well. So in the event that we do have a play action look that Young has a little more time on, and we've seen him throw those balls in the middle of the cover 2, in the middle of the cover 4 before at the post shot. Before we've seen him throw it accurately. We saw it at Auburn as well. He's another weapon for that. So I think we're getting what I'd like to call like a balanced passing attack, where at any given point in time we have equal and opposite attacks that we can have. So you're going to have the two big 6'4" guys on the outside. You're going to have Coker operating in the middle. It's an interesting pick. He's also like quite a. I'd say this is like pretty much at consensus.
I want to throw something real quick, Sam, to see what you think here. So with getting Kyler Murray back as a sort of a quarterback, I think they're really just looking at some mess moving fast on the defensive line. It was their weakest quarterback point after the quarterback situation. Do you agree?
I think they're really looking at mass moving fast on their D-line as their weakest point after their quarterback situation.
What do you think?
I mean, like, there's multiple statements in here. The first thing is like, yeah, Kyler Murray's going to be a serviceable quarterback if he runs around a little bit and throws it down the field.
Isn't that
No, it's changed. That's why he's not with the Cardinals. Like, if you go look at his year-by-year ADOT and scramble rate, it's just like dropping off of a cliff. He doesn't like to do it. And so, like, if we watch Sam Darnold succeed in that offense, we watch Carson Wentz to a certain degree at least get the ball in the air because they were throwing it deep off of play action. So, this is going to be tough for Kyler Murray, I think, to adjust because KOC is going to do what KOC wants to do.
That is fair.
So addressing their defensive tackles, like, yeah, like it wasn't great. They weren't ideal against the run. I thought Jalen Redmond had a good year, and like I realized the acquisitions that they made through free agency. Maybe they're just committing to the fact that they're going to have to address it through the draft. So I've mixed thoughts on it, but great comment, and I appreciate it. And
Yeah, thanks for watching.
And like the defense was good last year, and they didn't really generate turnovers, and they were still good.
Oh, and also thanks to our friend Mike Matt for retweeting the show. What a guy! Working with Mike has been so much fun.
It's been a blast.
I love Mike.
And like it bears mentioning for the folks who weren't here yesterday, like he is the reason why we are sitting here. And he mentioned like, you know, it's really Mel Kiper. Like, sure, yeah, it's Mel Kiper too, but like Mayock does it at such a high level. And now we're getting into the SūmerSports picks here now, Stopsky.
Yeah, Ted Hurst going to the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers are always just picking the SūmerSports darlings.
Yeah, they have so now the wide receiver core is Godwin when healthy, Ted Hurst, who is a good like hits the thresholds that you want to see. He did it at Georgia State, so question mark there, but like a good performer, good size. And so now they have Buka Hurst, Tez Johnson, and Godwin. And is that the highest level in the league? No, but they have a lot of options.
Yeah, and I think about Ted Hurst, man. Good yak, good for a guy who's a bigger receiver. Good separation ball. So like I like Ted Hurst a lot.
He has several blue chip traits, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's got a bunch. Yeah, so like 8 hands, like 7 laid down, 7 versus zone. Like this is a good player. And just the Buccaneers and the offensive coordinator Zach Robinson is a lot of toys to play with.
Man, I didn't realize that they had Zach Robinson.
Yeah.
With some of these like G5 guys, like I want to see high target share. Yeah. Like if you were going to be in the G5, I want teams to have to be like, we are going to stop you. We realize we don't have to care about anything else. And then them not stop you. So Ted Hurst is 28% target share guy. And teams really didn't stop him. 2.4% yards per run, 43% air yard share. So the ball, it was not getting the ball in this guy's hands. It was this guy is making plays and getting open.
Yeah, no, I'm big fan of Ted Hurst here. 2-time All Sun Belt.
Gotta love the Sun Belt. Big fan.
Dude, honestly, I feel like so. I had this pick.
Are you gonna say the Sun Belt's better than the American?
No, I was gonna say the Sun Belt to me is like a time capsule of old school great college football. Is the Sun Belt.
The tough part is now that because of NIL, like you can have some teams just get gutted. So like Southern Miss, for example, Huff goes to Memphis. Like that team's just gone. But the weird thing is, you have the full James Madison team go to Indiana, and they're just so good.
Yeah.
And so it's weird what programs can survive. UL has done this.
Appalachian State.
App State has done this. And it's like weird who can build programs, and particularly like where you can build a program.
I love Coastal Carolina. Like, I love watching Sun Belt football. Like it is just like it is a guilty pleasure of mine to watch.
In recent history, the COVID year was like the Sun Belt's prime time. Southern Miss was fairly decent. Coastal had perhaps, in my mind, one of the funniest and best college football games of all time, which we saw that primetime Coastal Carolina team have BYU drive across the country for reasons that are still confusing on 3 days' notice and play them, in which they made the decision that they wanted Zach Wilson dead on that field. And just like said to Brett Favre. And like, it was a great game.
It was a great game.
But anyway, so we have Dalen Everett, Georgia cornerback. The cornerback has been such a unique position for the Pittsburgh Steelers, especially given like they are a team that tests the who is more impactful coverage or pass rush. Because last year, and it happened in the playoffs too. It was like last year the Steelers did not have a good pressure rate at all, but they had a crazy sack rate, and it like got to the point where it was like, okay, they're just going to get a strip sack 5 times a game, and they're only going to get pressure the quarterback 5 times. And so it was really weird. They moved Jalen Ramsey around. Joey Porter has struggled and done really well at times. B. Bishop was starting for them and playing starter. I mean, he wasn't a great starter, but he started for them. Then he gets cut, and like is on a practice squad. Interesting pick from Everett. I think that they needed to go cornerback. Georgia guy as well.
Jamel Dean, Joey Porter Jr. Too.
Yeah, they're making investments.
They're making a good plays. And the conversation of like pass rush versus coverage is such an interesting one because I was at PFF when we released that study, and I was with the Dr. Eric Eager and George Shahuri, coach. And it was a pass rush. I think coverage has a slight edge, and we told that to Richard Sherman. And he goes, "I don't think that's true." And it was weird. Like, you would think that the coverage guys were the first one to be like, "Yeah, absolutely." And a lot of the coverage guys were like, "I don't know if that's true or not." Although like we had the argument, like because it was off the Tom Brady just getting the ball out so quick that Joey Bosa, just beating Trent Brown like a drum, didn't matter because he was getting it out in 2 seconds. But they still are like, no, like they did not think that pass rush was less important. Although again, marginal sizes was less important than coverage.
So it's going to be a debate until we get more reps, and I think it really depends on the scheme and the team as well. Austin Barber,
yes,
just went to the trading up Cleveland Browns. It ends up being a third for 2/4. The Chargers have now traded back twice, and they end up getting Austin Barber, who's a tackle. We're starting to win too. So we're rock and roll.
Barber's really good, man. He is a strong, big, athletic left tackle. He could probably kick inside if he had to, but he's like almost 6'7", 320 pounds. He gets up to the second level really well. He handles stunts and blitz really, really well. For a Cleveland team that really could use help anywhere on the offensive line, this is a good pick.
High pressure rate guy. Quarterback, Lagway. Lagway was a guy who even Tulane, with a decimated team in the bowl game, was able to get to 2 years ago. I was really skeptical about why Lagway was winning games 2 years ago. It turned out to be kind of the case. Now he's at Baylor. What do you say about high pressure rate? You blame that on the quarterback?
Pressure rate's on the quarterback.
Okay.
That's my feeling. As we just discussed with the Tom Brady thing, like pressure rate on the quarterback.
So I also want to say that I was wrong. Speaking about pressure rate, because I did not think there was going to be another quarterback drafted today. There was two: Carson Beck and Drew Aller.
Yes. I was going to say, is there another one?
Did we miss another pick? Because there was a pick on.
Yeah, there's a tight end.
Another tight end.
Ohio State.
Which I just don't. No, 218 consists of a big word. This was a guy that people weren't mocking at all and didn't have on their boards at all.
A good contested catch though. 7 contested catch. Good player.
What are we like? This is becoming a story at this point.
It is a story.
Do we not know what we're talking about, Stopsky? Do I need to call around and ask every scout in the league, hey, what can I put in production for you?
No, because I'm gonna say no because it's not even Phil Emery is a really good scout and a former general manager. And it's not like they're picking guys that he has a 6'8", 6'6". These are guys,
he, to be clear, we had his thoughts on Eli Stowers, who he had graded the same as King and Sadiq. He's not afraid to I think this guy has the traits to do it at the next.
Yeah, 100%. So I don't know if this is a scouting question. I do not know.
What do we not know?
That is.
Or what are we missing?
Sheridan,
Trigg, Andres. These were all guys that our scouts liked, and the numbers have varying opinions. Justin Jolly. And then you start getting into the guys who have already been drafted. I like Tanner Koziol, who's the offense for a certain degree of Houston. And maybe maybe these aren't reaches, and maybe we're just a little too CBB coded here. But it's becoming a story that number one, teams want tight ends. Number two, teams have different opinions on tight ends than everyone else.
Yeah.
And number three, they're willing to draft high.
Yeah. I just sent a text out to again answer by the end of the night. I don't. This is something we're gonna have to look at again. It's also something that I would not want to over adjust for because this could just be wrong as well. This process could be bad.
Well, and the question arises is okay, so we've seen 2 tackles reached on by 2 very analytical teams, and I think that's Also, like, I cannot remember the name off the top of my head. The other massive left tackle for out of Ohio State from that plays for the Browns. Why Jones is his last name? I'm pretty sure. Anyway,
DeWan Jones?
yeah.
Yeah.
A similar profile as like Markel Bell. And then like Austin Barber's another like just gigantic guy.
Barber might start.
Say it again.
Barber might start like right now.
Yeah, and so like, well, I mean, it'll be Jones, Fano. I mean, they're
Do
doubling
you
down.
think- Do you think DeWan Jones is going to start left tackle? Well, I guess Fano's going to get the first shot at it.
I mean, Fano. Yeah, we'll see.
Although, like, we've had lots about Fano moving into guard, but it's like right now, just looking at Cleveland, it's there's a huge
They
question
double
mark.
down on wide receiver, double down on tackle.
They have a huge question mark at left tackle, and then you have like Zion Johnson, Elkin Jenkins, Tevin Jenkins, Titus Howard. Like, I feel pretty good about Howard. I love Tevin Jenkins. It feels like I'm the person who likes Tevin Jenkins. So I'm happy you agree with me. You also don't like Tevin Jenkins.
No, I mean, like, I think I don't have strong thoughts on it.
I think he's good. I think he's
he's a good
undervalued.
player.
But it feels like that left tackle spot is wide open right now, and but there are 3 spots I think you can upgrade here, and it would not surprise me if Fano and Barber were starting by week 13.
So really, really funny.
Oh,
We now have.
all right. I've changed my opinion.
We have
Jackals
two
are great.
100 pick reaches and then a 40 pick dropper. From
If you average it all out, it makes sense.
yeah.
Dude, I love this kid. He's
Is there durability concerns? Like, why did he drop so much? This was the guy who me and Mike were talking about going in the first round last.
he was mocked in the first round a few times. Like, this kid is good. Like, I had him in the imaging for the first round just in case. Like, he's really good. And the Jaguars just grabbed him.
Yeah, and here's the thing: like, watching a Liam Cohen run game is beauty to my eyes, and it's a heavy gap scheme run thing. And that's what like would spring Bucky and Rashad White and those guys. And he's just a versatile player. He's older, but like how much do we believe in the older offensive linemen where like those guys can play, especially guards can play until they're 38? And a lot of these guys are just like generally older. We're talking about being able to grab them in free agency. The reason why you can grab them in free agency is because they can play longer.
The problem with the older thing is you're not going to totally know for another year or two. Once like NIL COVID stuff has like really worked its way through. Because the old adage was like if you were in college until you're 25, then you probably weren't good enough to go to the pros because you weren't making money, at least not legally, in college. So you were trying to get to the pros as fast as you can. Now that you can make money in college, people are staying there, which doesn't make sense. So we won't really know for the year or two. But like old adage was like this is a problem. I don't even think for guard it's that big a deal. Like I think it's fine.
It's interesting. Look, I don't know all the information. There's clearly information out there that we don't understand about why he fell, or maybe we're just wrong. Xavier Thomas, I really like this pick, man. We saw a lot of the wide receivers from LSU. Almost all of them were on the road this year, in multiple people in multiple different positions. And there was a moment where me and Sean Syed fell in love with two of the Toledo corners who they may get drafted. That Toledo had a great secondary this year for MAC play. And it got to a point where it was like, okay, me and Sean are toes in the green on the sidelines. We are evaluating. We are watching. We know everyone else is watching. And it was like, it's time to figure out who some of these guys are.
Right.
And the LSU wide receivers were the time to figure out. And, they didn't do fantastically against the LSU wide receivers. But I thought that Xavier Thomas was the guy at the Shrine Bowl that I really loved. I think he's a burner. I think he's a guy who is really impactful, and I think he was really hurt by the injury, offensive coordinator, head coach situation, whatever that went on at LSU this year. And so him going to the Bears, they're adding Ben Johnson, guys. They're collecting him like Brian Stones.
Yeah.
And I get scared when I see fast guys who can catch the ball over the middle and then run for 35 yards if I'm other teams, because Ben Johnson will get the ball in the middle.
I will say, and I always get very cautious about SEC players that end up going to the Shrine game because I just again knowing how like the dynamic of that works. Like
Well, LSU sends guys to the Shrine Game. Like
no,
that's
I mean the boosters that run the Senior Bowl care about attendance of fans on game day, which is why they make a huge push for Bama and Auburn and LSU guys because they want locals to come to the game. So if they're going to Shrine, that's usually a concern for me. Because Eric Dalvin and Steph did a great job, and they put together a hell of a roster. And like we saw some guys that were awesome there, but the guys that from LSU, I know that Senior Bowl is definitely throwing money at them.
Yep.
So if they're not being thrown money at, like how far down the list are they?
a good point.
For Senior Bowl. The first running back off the Cincinnati Price.
Kalen Black from Indiana.
Almost 60 picks later.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what we're.
Sam, do you like the Cam running back here?
Yeah, that's fine. But there's a point in which it converges to zero. Like it converges to please make the roster. And the back half of third round is like around there. Like we're starting to get around pick 100, whereas typically where it's like, yeah, like who can make our roster here?
But like well, I disagree. I think you should still be making rosters pretty easily into the fourth.
Yeah.
Like
here's the interesting thing.
Kalen Black, honestly, I'm not sure Kalen Black's even the best running back that's available right now. I know the Niners.
Is he the best running back from Indiana?
That's a good question as well.
Yeah.
But like we know from talking. Oh, wait, you were not there. I was there. Talking to Rand Carthon, who when he was a general manager to the Tennessee Titans, and he was talking about the war room in San Francisco. I mean, like they are very scheme dependent. Like while Kalen Black may not be the best overall running back, he might be the best thing that Kyle Shanahan's looking to do. And we will see how that plays out. I feel like we should give them the benefit of the doubt here. The Niners have done a really good job drafting running backs. What do you think of this?
Rashid Shaheed, gadget player who has crazy speed. The weird thing about Rashid Shaheed is like he kind of turned himself into like a wide receiver. The problem is like he's never going to be like your certified wide receiver too. Like
no, never.
We evaluate or like the evaluation of the Shaheed trade is that it was a really good move for the Seahawks because he had one return against the San Francisco 49ers.
Right.
And like he did not do what they wanted him to do.
No.
Like they thought he was going to be the crazy yards per route run on there's two guys who have really had good yards per route run on an okay target share and a massive ADOT, and it's Alec Pierce and Christian Watson. What's the through line between these two? They're massive and extremely fast. She's really fast. He's not super massive.
Right.
And so I think they thought he was going to be that guy. They were going to be able to drop Jason's target share down around 27%, and they could use him in the run game as well. And that's just like not what happened. They had to continue throwing the ball at Cooper Kupp and Barner, which like AJ Barner, book it all pro next year. I'm going to say it every time I mention his name for another year.
Sam was very influential in getting AJ Barner a
all pro. Hey, look, I mean, like I didn't force anybody.
No,
they agreed with me.
He also got 8 on our.
Also, he was a weapon for them. Like he was a weapon in the passing game. They utilized him in the passing game. He was like their second guy, both in the running game and passing game.
No, listen, I agree.
I
am not disagreeing.
We're getting into an AJ Barner discussion that I don't need to get into.
Yeah, although I agree with you. We're at pick 91 right now.
Yeah.
I just want to read some names that are still available. Jamal McCoy, by the way. Jalen Kilgore.
I mean, he's clearly like unplayable.
Something is wrong. Yeah. Skylar Bell, Kyle Lewis, Jay Sean Barham, Connor Lew.
I would love Skylar Bell.
The Jamal McCoy thing is now feeling like I literally just forgot.
It's just sad.
It was a Michigan with a tackle that fell all the way to Cleveland in the fifth round, and it was a hard issue. I know that Jamal has a hard issue, but like it was like he was really thought it was like a borderline first rounder and went all the way down to 5. And I wonder whatever they found on McCoy or however bad his medicals are, it must be really bad.
What were the other names?
McCoy,
Bell,
Kilgore, Lewis, Parham, Lew, according to NFL.com's scout grades. Sure, decent scout grades by the way, not as good as ours, but they're decent scout grades.
And they go back far.
They go back very far. It's been very helpful for me in my draft process. I don't know what Matt Milne's saying, but I'm loving it. Everything about it.
The Raiders are such an interesting team because like The thing with Clint Kubiak,
Yeah.
is that it's a high floor offense, and sometimes he inhibits the ceiling by the amount he quote protects the quarterback.
Yeah, that's saying into a bit of a downward spiral.
When I have a rookie quarterback, I'd love to protect the quarterback. And speaking of protecting the quarterback, and I was talking about doing it with scheme, we're now investing in a center here. And so like
This is odd because this would be the second time they've taken a center and moved him away to guard in Jackson Powers Johnson and now Trey Zoom because they're not moving to Linderbaum.
that's a good point.
So like
That's a very good point.
um
Yeah, I mean, like this is the year of protecting him. So Linderbaum will play center.
yeah, of course I'm not gonna move him. They're not gonna sign all that money and tell him to move away from his position. The difference is Trey Zoom is like for a center is quite large. Like he played left tackle at A&M. So like
So this is a bet on a swing guy in an
Yeah.
offense that utilizes
yeah,
swing
so
guys.
6'4", 312. I actually said I actually like him more at right tackle, which is again how I view it. But like so the question is, are they gonna move? They're gonna I'm assuming Spencer Burford or DJ Glaze is probably like on. They're going to try to challenge that because again, they're not
You're saying moving them or competing?
competing.
Yeah, 100%.
Either left guard or right tackle is going to be where he competes.
Well, the funny thing is, like, the run game in itself is supposed to be like kind of an offensive lineman adjacent as long as they can get out and run, you know, or not offensive lineman adjacent, offensive line agnostic.
Yeah,
and like
Yeah.
that's been the whole Shanahan thing of like, oh, I don't draft offensive linemen high. Like it's just
Well, Shanahan, I remember Shanahan saying that he only looked at like 5 reps for a guy. They didn't, what he was being asked to do was like not what the Niners wanted, which I think is crazy. But hey, he's a multimillionaire coach, and I'm a producer on a podcast. So what do I really know?
Both doing very important work.
I'm doing very important work.
I'm serious.
Yeah, so the Dallas Cowboys are up pick 92. There is still a ton of players available. Dallas has had a good draft so far, in my opinion. So far, they have picked Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence. We'll see who they pick here. Keyshawn Barnes, one of the top guys that was running according to the big boards, is now off the board. Sam, I've had a chance to watch him a ton. Where do you view Barham? Because he's played both edge and linebacker. I think I like him better at off-ball linebacker than I do at.
So it's clear that the Cowboys have an approach here. And what they're going for is these kind of like smaller-ish, like Lawrence is a bigger guy, but like they have Ezraku as well. Like they're trying to build a multifaceted edge rushing attack.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if we like so deeply believed, and Sean Syed has studied Christian Parker's coaching from a defensive backfield perspective. I'm wondering if Christian Parker isn't looking at the landscape right now. And I was discussing this a bit about Arvell Reese as well, and thinking to himself, the best defenses are having these multiple different types of edge rushers, and they're just utilizing them on a day-by-day, scheme-by-scheme, or game-by-game, scheme-by-scheme basis to whatever we need to do. So when it comes to more of a edge rusher, linebacker type guy in Barham, where you can be multifaceted, that may be the guy who's more utilized in a way against certain offenses as we want to stay light, and we think this team's going to pass a ton, and we just want to pin his ears back. And I think that's what Ezraku is to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Because, and the reason I say this is they will play through their defense tracks. That's what the Cowboys want to do.
Well, they should. They have some very good ones.
Exactly. And so when it comes down to it, I think building these multifaceted 3- and 4-man edge rushing units is where the way of the world is going to go. And the reason I'm saying this is I do wonder if in upcoming years we have teams stop spending the $40 million on Myles Garrett and start breaking that up into these 2 $10 to $20 million guys and 2 young guys. And the 2 young guys that cut loose and just say run through the tackle's chest, we're actually going to go spend our other $20 million on a top tier defensive tackle or two top tier defensive tackles. And that's how we're going to win, because that's how the Rams are doing it. That's how the Patriots did it. That's how the Seahawks are doing it. And to a certain degree, even like if you want to go back to McDonald, like that's kind of how they did it with Namdi. Oh my God, Matabike.
Yes.
At the Ravens as well.
Yeah.
And if that's just going to be the new paradigm, then you have to draft guys that can do a lot of stuff for you, so that you can mold your offense to make sure you're covering out for whatever deficiencies your defensive tackles may have.
Yeah, no, I would agree. They're playing through the deep tackle. I think the tackle was. I'm getting to a point now where I think you need a stud D tackle and a rotation of edge rushers, and I've kind of felt that now for a little while.
I mean, yeah, to a certain degree, I wouldn't call it like making fun of them, but like we're questioning why the Vikings are going defensive tackle, and trying to build through the middle. But they do have a rotation of edge rushers, and they just kind of got rid of Bernard. Yeah. So it's going to be Turner, and it's going to be Gink, I guess, Van Gink, if he's available.
Yeah, I there is something about that, and I very much agree with you. Keegan Tross just went, who he was interesting. He's played around. He's been like a starter for 4 years, and his ability to block, run blocking, and especially outside zone run blocking was incredible. So that's a good pick late, late here in the third, going to Los Angeles. Who the Rams were being. There was a time when we were talking about Mekhi Lemon. It was like, hey, they might take a tackle. Now they get their tackle, and I think they get a pretty good tackle too.
Another Missouri guy.
Yeah, the Ty Simpson thing honestly was not questionable, but like it was definitely a shock at 13. But adding Claire and Trost in day 2, I think, is really good.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing here is a trend, which is why did they feel comfortable doing the Ty Simpson pick? And we're talking about this more because
they don't have a need.
No, I think a lot of these teams just took a gander. A lot of these teams that understand the analytics for scouting first organizations took a gander at the draft and said, there's no blue chip players in this draft. Why are we even messing with this at the top?
It's good. I felt that way.
Yeah. And they're like, if I'm not going to get a blue chip player, I'd rather take a high distribution player in round 2 or 3 and wish my luck. And so the idea that they're addressing positions they'll need in the future makes me believe that they just think Tross potentially has a higher ceiling or can play multiple positions or has something that puts him over a guy that we have to check if he can play tackle for us, or we have to check if he can play wide receiver for us.
Yeah.
So now, do I believe that's the case? No, I think it's really difficult to tell the difference between a 7-0 player, a quality starter, and an impact starter player. I think it's the hardest thing to do in football. It's a miracle that we're even close
between a 7?
Between a 7 and an 8. I think that's what separates teams from. I think that there's what I'm about to say is that's what separates the Cowboys from everyone else. They somehow have a heartbeat on that, and then that's what separates the Browns and the Eagles from everywhere else. Where the Browns just say. And the Eagles just say, well, I don't know. I'm just going to get a lot of picks and pick guys who fall to me.
So I've always found the hardest is 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. Now, a lot of that has to do with scheme and coaching.
Good point.
I think that's a lot of it.
And you mentioned that zone stuff about Trost, which is a great flag. And he also didn't give up a lot of pressures or sacks. Or he's quite productive as a tackle.
Very productive. So what I've noticed, and when we built this out at Auburn with AK, is we didn't even separate 5 and 6s.
Yeah,
because we were like, this is all really depends on who's around them and who's in front of them or behind them. Yeah. I agree with you. Separating 7s and 8s is so much
and I think this comment bleeds into the selection by the Miami Dolphins, which is Chris Bell, who many people thought of as a first rounder, who was Louisville's offense to a certain degree, but ends up getting hurt, tearing his ACL, and is just getting back to running right now.
I just want to say that people that don't know, a 7 and 8, and 8 is like a Pro Bowl level player, and a 7 is like an impact player, so right below Pro Bowl. But yeah, like, and 5 and 6 being a rotational player and an average starter.
Yeah.
But I agree. Like, it's really hard to predict those year to year. You should get within one of them, but it's hard to predict the exact year.
To the point, like, it was flagged to me by several analytics folks who have to do their job is different than ours.
Mm-hmm.
Our job is to be the captain of the analytics team and be like, everything is analytics, everything should be analytics. And I recognize that that's my job. That's what I'm supposed to say.
Right.
I don't have 25 years of scouting experience like Mike Mayock, so I'm not going to try
You don't even have to have life experience.
I don't. And so, like, I love to scout. I love to watch film. Like, I wish I could do substantially more of it. But my job is to be an analyst and to go into data science and do detailed computer-based research over the course of many years. And that's what I bring to the table. Chris Bell. So the Miami has Caleb Douglas and Chris Bell. A lot of analytics guys who have to do some of the more like, okay, threshold this for us. Tell us how many guys have done this, that, and the third about production, etc. Which is like just frankly not what we have to do because we're like on the more research element. We're like Mekhi Lemon and Carnell Tate and Jaden Tyson really like didn't have crazy seasons when it comes to the total.
I want to say with Chris because this was Joel Patton said this to us. Because Chris Bell is 6'2", 222. Joel Patton said he looks like he's stuffed with rocks. He's a load in rack. So that's what you look forward to. Stuffed with rocks. And by the way, the Patriots just took Eli Rivera out of their tight end. And again, not surprised that he went here. I'm just surprised about the other tight ends went in front of him.
Yes. So back to the Chris Bell comment. Yes. Like, for what it's worth, ACC player, Louisville is a passing offense.
Yes.
29% target share in like at a university that like is not bad at football.
Yes.
And in a conference that is not bad at football, 2.5% yard share. All that to say, going in this conversation, like maybe the Dolphins, who come from Green Bay, which is a strong philosophical front office tenure, the Rams, some of these other teams just thought to themselves, like, there's no blue chip players in here. Like, let's just go get our guys in the mid rounds, and no one will be the wiser, and we'll move on. So Chris Bell goes. Eli Rarian, who I really liked, I thought there was potential that he actually ends up being like one of the true tight ends.
Me too.
Big body, history of tight end plays from that kind of Freeman Kelly tree or whatever. And I realized that
he's the field vertically, which is an interesting trait.
And they utilize him in a bunch of different ways as well.
Yeah. I like him a lot.
I think it can block as well. Good yards per route run, not a super high target share. Like, I think he's just a guy who can be a rotational tight end for you.
The Steelers just traded up here to 96 and are taking Jennings Dunker. It has happened. He is off the board.
So now, okay, so for what it's worth, they now have Dunker and have Ianachor, who are like, these guys love the Senior Bowl. Is what I'm hearing. Omar Khan, New Orleans legend. But all things considered, like, Dunker was a guy who really loved his analytics. Like, really, really loved them. And will he play guard? Will he play tackle? I don't know. It's clear that just bullet point on it, Muller with a mullet. I haven't seen it. Like, typically,
that's a great way of putting
it's just like normal traits. It's clear what they're trying to do, and they're trying to make this team quarterback proof.
Yeah,
they're like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna have really big dudes.
If we had to start Drew Allen tomorrow,
like, guess what? We're gonna have 7 guys who we trust that are on our offensive line. And I'm not saying, like, again, like, this is me philosophizing about what they want to do. By the way, this rep that they're showing, if you're watching NFL Network as a second screen here, was one of my favorite reps of this as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Stuff like building through the trenches. You gotta love it for the Steelers, right?
You love it for anybody.
Yeah.
Like, you need 5 good linemen. So, like, you need guys that can play, and like getting a guy like Jennings Dunker, who legitimately could be using the scale we were talking about, like a 7 lineman at the end of the third is a phenomenal.
They're looking at upside too, I think.
Yeah, 100%.
And
It's great. First team all Big Ten, 7 sustained, man. Like he is and I think he's a guy that play tackle, play guard. He's versatile. He is just mean when he blocks. So like I think this is a great pick. And it's also the most Steelers pick I've ever seen.
yeah, and I mean, like, this is a team in flux. You've had 2 head coaches for the past 35 years, and you're bringing in a head coach with a lot of experience that win. Like, people make fun of Mike McCarthy all the time. The dude wins games.
He does.
Develops offenses. Like, the offense is gonna, like, he's gonna figure out a way to make that offense functional. Because I've seen him do it with Cooper Rush, and wasn't there a time when he had like Cynical Wallace at quarterback?
I've also seen him do it with Cooper Rush, by the way. I've seen him do it in person with Cooper Rush.
Yeah. And so it's just like, we're building through the trenches. We're going to have a better defensive line and offensive line than you is the goal.
Yeah. So it's the right the right thing.
And I mean, like, Omar Khan has been in that building for 25 years. Like, they are committing to what makes Steelers football great, which is offensive line, defensive line play. And it's what made them great since the 70s.
Yeah. This is a good spot. They could definitely use upgrades in offensive line, so this was good.
The Vikings now have 2 back-to-back picks. I wonder if they'll use both. Probably not. At 97, 98 here. We're almost done with day 2, Sam.
Hey, they have quickened the pace. Like, it's 11 p.m., but like,
yeah, that's usually
we're hitting. It's going to go what? It's going to go 3:20 in 3 hours 20 minutes probably.
About.
So kudos. On
no, 4 hours. We've been here since 7.
I'm not a math guy, dude. When Mayock yesterday, when Mayock asked me to divide by 32 and expected me to be able to do it, I was like, brother, I'm a computer scientist for a reason. I was like, the computer does the math, not me.
I just code it.
Can I ask Claude Kubiak?
Claude Kubiak.
We're not a Claude Code outfit here. We're Claude Kubiak outfit.
Kubiak, baby. Yeah, this is I love that I get the commercials on now before this thing ends. Let's just take a look at some of the guys who are still left, because that is
I would
obviously we'll be able to.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Jermon McCoy thing is just it's getting to the point where, like, I would take Jermon McCoy here. Like,
obviously,
really, I don't know what's going on.
Let's just move off for a second. Jalen Kilgore still available. Skylar Bell, who we love, still available. Kyle Lewis, who you like a lot, still available. Connor Liu from Auburn, still available. Joshua Josephs, who I think is pretty good, Tennessee, still available. There are still starting caliber players available, and they will be available into day 2.
Well, yeah, and also, like, some guys I want to flag as well, like Keontae Scott, who was a slot corner that there's a lot of value in. Speed guy. Malik Muhammad, who is a little bit of a faller. Like, people really, really believed in that secondary last year. 2 years ago, I guess I should say, not necessarily.
Elijah Surratt still available.
Elijah Surratt. Sam Height, who was a big.
Danny Dennis Sutton also still available.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say. Like, just looking over the
Justin
list,
Jolly, by the way.
there's a lot of wide receivers here.
Yeah, I'll tell you too. And LT Overton still available, by the way. Who at one point was considered like Jude Bowery, still available. A lot of guys. Caleb Cunin from Northwestern was just taken.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So this was a guy that Mike Mayock flagged as like the best of the rest at the tackle position.
Yes.
At the true tackle position.
Yeah, second team all Big Ten, 6'7", 5', 323. Kind of small.
Yeah, and
big dude. Very big dude.
And so when you break it down and you really try to figure out like what this means for the railing that I was doing, and like good on like to a certain degree, where like the railing that I was doing, like I feel like the offensive line needs to be better, question mark. They clearly have identified that like they want a tackle that could probably flex the guard, but they want him to be able to play tackle at the next level. Again, I'm using Mike Mayock's lovely insights that he gives to me, and I get to confirm with data or deny with data or agree with data or check with data, etc. Like he was like, Caleb Cannon's the best of the rest with the tackles. And so they're getting him at a value that is really, really good for them.
Very good. Are they going to do both things? But yeah, I agree. And they probably won't. Well, they have Darisaw and O'Neal, right? At tackle still. So like that's
Yeah, and they're great. Don't get me wrong. Like
Yeah.
this in the past couple of years has been the 2 tackle team where they have an offensive player of the year at wide receiver, and sometimes TJ's available, Hawkinson's available. But like other than that, they have like some guys at wide receiver. Addison was good, but like they had some guys. Naylor was good, but the reason why that offense was good for long periods of time, and the reasons why they would take downturns, is because they had 2 great tackles.
Yeah.
And it seems as if they're going to try to guard against this. Jacoby Thomas, safety out of Miami. This was a guy who people were like, why? Like, this dude's a playmaker or like big playmaker.
Big time playmaker. I agree.
And I've flagged over and over again, and I've been like made fun of about this. It's like, I just think they could improve at safety. I thought they could improve over Cam Bynum, and Cam Bynum's played well. Don't get me wrong, for the Colts. Going back to my conversation of, do they have the best defensive backfield in the league, or one of the best defensive backfields in the league? And I thought Harrison Phillips was like a B-flow like guy, but I thought you could improve. And maybe this is a move in there, at least to build depth.
Yeah.
And he's a playmaker. Like, this is a flow guy. Like, this is the guy who's going to cause problems for people.
I agree. Now, Julian Neal from Arkansas with regards to run on D-backs here.
And a lot of people are like going to be asking, like, why are we having defensive backs going to a team that has a sick defensive backfield? Like, McDonald wants to rotate these guys. Like, they paid Josh Jobe. They're going to have to pay Spoon at some point. He wants a rotation of guys so that you never know at any given point where these people are coming from.
Oh, yeah. And also, we saw in the Super Bowl, like, how you kind of need depth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when Moore was out, like, they moved Witherspoon to his spot, with a slot, like, essentially full time. And
the funny thing is, what I'll say is, he's like a linebacker.
He's a beast.
He's tiny, but like beast. They play him like a linebacker. They almost play him in Warrior more like the nickel than they play him.
Yeah. So like, they're kind of doing like what the Giants did in like the mid 2000s. Like, let's just make sure the thing that's our strength continues to stay our strength, and it never becomes a weakness. And like this will always be a strength here for Seattle. They are just loaded in the secondary. And the last pick of the
if this is Jermon McCoy, this would be one of the funniest drafts of all time.
It's Jalen Husky from Maryland.
Nice.
So McCoy's this whatever it is.
It's just sad. It's just sad.
It is. It really is. So Husky from Maryland coming off the board here. Good hands. 6'1", 196. Any thoughts on Husky here, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, like, these Maryland teams were so fascinating because they were always really competitive, and then it comes down to it, and you're like asking, like, what's really going on with this team, and like, is it a team that really is going to compete? And he goes to a team like where this defense last year was quite multiple, and they really tried to take advantage of the fact that they had like multiple cornerbacks and safeties that could kind of move around, and they were immensely turnover happy. And so the thing that Husky that demands to be asked is like, is he a move to trying to be a guy who is less turnover happy, or is this a guy who this is what we do? We have a great team. And I think the question is like, can he be either one of those guys? And now that we're getting to like the third and fourth rounds, you're trying to address needs. I thought defensive backfield was a need for them. He played a lot of corner, played some safety as well. Like, this is Jalen Husky is a player of this team who's coming in and the question is like, can he beat someone out? Really? We're getting to the point where it's like, can he be a special teams guy? Can he beat someone out? Can he develop in 2 or 3 years? And Husky's an interesting guy to have there.
Yeah. So with the end of that, we're now into day 3. So we're back tomorrow at 11:45. Draft starts at 12.
Yep.
Also, we know
McCoy's still here. Outside McCoy, I really like Dane as Sutton from Penn State.
Yeah.
He is still there. He's a two-time third team All Big Ten. Versatile kid, good get off. Can drop into coverage, rushes the passer very well. I'm interested where he goes. Elijah Surratt is still available. Inez Cooper still available.
Inez Cooper is an interesting one
Yeah.
because Inez Cooper, if he goes to a strong duo team, could be really, really good because he didn't really make mistakes.
Yeah.
But he didn't really win. And the interesting thing too was you have Maui Noah to the right. So his job was a lot of the times make sure no one gets penetration on you and get him about 2 yards, and Maui Noah is going to put him into the mood.
Yeah.
Which is why people had questions on Maui Noah, and he did a really, really good job of that. Some of the other guys that I'm really interested in.
Tell me.
A lot of defensive backfield players that I'm really interested in. And like Jaden Canaday, former Tulane guy, but Oregon, has played on the outside, really great in yards per coverage snap, was able to find a niche at Oregon after going to Ole Miss, and he played well, but it didn't necessarily work out. I'm interested in him. I'm interested in Damon Claiborne from Wake Forest, who friend of the show, Quinn McLean, who's been on the show before. Is we have geeked out about him. He's just a really interesting guy. You wonder if he can contribute in the passing game. You wonder if he's going to be that guy, that guy who is the 5th or 6th or 7th round guy who ends up playing. Harold Perkins Jr., who there was I'm going to stare in the camera and say this. My hottest take from Hot Takes in Bruchhaus and not Data Science, Sam Bruchhaus, is that we know that Harold Perkins Jr. is a good pass rusher more than we know that Arvell Reese is a good pass rusher. That's a hot take. Do I 100% believe that? Probably not. There's a chance he just goes to a team and is a Pro Bowler, and it is Hassan Reddick.
Yeah.
There's also a chance he goes to a team and plays nickel.
Yeah.
And it works out because they move him all over the field. There's just so much that can be had from a player like that. The problem is why didn't it come together at LSU?
That's a good question.
And they had coaches that they brought in distinctly for him. They built a role distinctly for him. And he made big plays, but there was a point in time where we're this guy is he was the best edge rusher in the SEC his freshman year.
Yeah.
Just pure pressure. And so I'm fascinated about him. Cage Casey is another guy that
that was a guy we loved.
I'm just fascinated about what teams view him at and where he'll go. Because excellent old school 3-4 year starter at Boise State. Boise State just dominated year after year. Then goes to the Senior Bowl and had I've been to the Senior Bowl twice. I've watched a ton of reps when we've been there. Obviously, I've been in practices and understand how they go a lot. Had the practice and had Senior Bowls that I was man, I wish I wouldn't have talked about him on the evaluation. So it's just which one? And again, I am the one to believe that the Senior Bowl is there to raise flags, but not be the flag.
That's a good point.
And so he could just play guard and be a 20-year guard. Yeah. And maybe he's just not a tackle. But that's another guy that I'm really interested in. And then we start getting deep. Charles Demings from Stephen F. Austin was just a guy who turned the defense into one of the best defenses basically by himself. There's a bunch of good guys that were working really hard. Cole Payton, who one of our quarterback scouts said that he would draft him.
Yeah, I love him.
Mayock put him to it.
Yeah.
Isaiah World still hasn't been taken, who was considered basically until the middle of the year to be a top 10 guy.
Yeah. There's again, kind of going back to that 2013 comment, this is going to have there'll be Pro Bowlers taking him up.
Yeah. Final one I'm going to mention.
Good.
Caleb Proctor, defensive tackle. Some of my favorite guys every draft season are the guys who I see and I'm whoa, this is looking different. And then I check their stats. And I'm whoa, this is looking different. And then with a guy like Caleb Proctor, who's from southeastern Louisiana, I check his stats as compared to FCS guys. And I'm whoa, this is really different. Why did he not transfer up? And then you check the character stuff, and he's I just liked Hammond. I wanted to be in Hammond, Louisiana, and I wanted to be with my teammates. And I was a team guy. And so the Rams there's great tracking stuff on him. The Rams have publicized that they like him. And there's a guy that I think could be the guy who makes a big difference for a team randomly.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
I think those are good names. Man. We'll be back tomorrow at 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Being Mr. Sam Bruchhaus, taking it through day 3. The rest of the picks, there are going to be guys taken tomorrow that are going to be impact players. It is a deep class. But Sam, great work tonight, and we'll see you all tomorrow.